We're good? All right. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Delray Beach Historic Preservation Board for May 7th. And Diane, can you please call the roll?
Peter Dwyer.
Here, present.
Carol Perez is absent. John Miller.
Here.
Vlad Dumitrescu is absent. Ezra Craig.
Here.
Chris Cabezas.
Here.
Jim Chard is absent.
Okay, any changes to the agenda this evening?
No, but I will make a comment that is long, so we're going to try our best to be as expeditious as possible so we can get through all the items.
Yep, great.
Thank
That's
you.
why we're starting without our illustrious leader this evening. So any minutes? We have 4 items of minutes here. First of all, any comments?
No comments. I'd like to propose a motion to approve the minutes as written.
Second.
Okay, this is for all 4.
Yep, for all 4, unless you guys
For all
have any
4 minutes,
changes.
please.
Okay, we have motion second. Any discussion?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Great. If there is anybody this evening who is willing or wishes to speak on any of the items, the quasi-judicial items this evening, please stand up and be sworn in at this time.
Sorry, real quick, John. Well, let's go ahead and swear people in, but I think we missed a motion to approve the agenda. We did the...
Okay, we'll go back to that.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, if you're going to speak, please stand up and be sworn in.
Sorry.
Please raise your right hand by the authority vested in me, the notary of the state of Florida. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay, thank you. Going back one, can we get a motion to approve the agenda as written?
So move the agenda. as
Okay.
written.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right.
Me.
Chris. Okay, swearing in. Anybody in the public who would like to speak on an item that is not on the agenda this evening, this is your opportunity. Looking at you, George. All right.
Last night I talked to the commission on historic preservation, so I've done my duty.
Very good. Item 7, presentations. We have a presentation this evening. Michelle?
Yes. Okay. So my name is Michelle Hoyland, Principal Planner with the Development Services Department, and we'll be doing the Historic Preservation Board Awards next. And I'm sorry if it's script, but I'm trying to stay on task. All right, good evening. I'm pleased to present the 2025 Historic Preservation Board Awards in honor of National Historic Preservation Month. The national theme for Preservation Month this year is the power of place. We join hundreds of communities as we celebrate the efforts and determination of many people who are committed to preserving culture and history across the nation. The city's HPB awards are bestowed upon property owners who have significantly contributed to their communities through preservation of the city's architectural and cultural heritage. Many others must be recognized for their work in preservation, including companies, design professionals, craftsmen, all who work creating and restoring the richness of the past. The vision of public officials who support preservation projects and legislation in their communities, and activists who help to tell the stories of history and culture and support the value of preservation. It truly takes a village. Before we introduce the award recipients, I would like to take a moment to recognize the members of the Historic Preservation Board. They're comprised of 7 members who have volunteered their time to serve the city and the public in its effort relating to historic preservation. Our board members are Jim Chard, Chair, John Miller, Vice Chair, Chris Cabezas, Deputy Vice Chair, or Second Vice Chair, Pete Dwyer, Ezra Craig, Vlad Dumitrescu, and Carol Perez. Thank you all for all of your hard work. This year's eligible projects were approved at the last meeting in April. The award categories include residential contributing for rehabilitation and addition, rehabilitation and accessory structure for a contributor, addition for a contributor, these are all residential categories, and then we have commercial contributing rehabilitation. But before I move over to the actual award categories, I wanted to highlight a preservation project that was quite a success the city undertook. We're not awarding the city a certificate of achievement, but I think we would be remiss not to identify this project. This is the Seaboard Airline Railway Station. This is an older photograph. This property sits just west of I-95 on the north side of Atlantic Avenue. It's individually listed to the local and national registers of historic places. It was built in 1927 and designed by renowned architect Gustav Moss. The building sat for many years under different ownership. The city purchased it and was utilizing it for storage and trying to envision what to do next with the building. There had been talks of renovation, maybe grants to do that renovation. And while they were working on their vision plan, unfortunately, the building fell victim to a very severe fire. This is an aerial photograph from Channel 5 News. The day in February, this is right before the start of COVID in 2020. We lost the majority of the building to that fire that day. We are very lucky that there were no tragic losses. There was a pretty severe backdraft that occurred that day. The firemen having been affected by that backdraft, so we were lucky that we didn't lose anybody during that fire. But the building we inspected it and sustained significant amount of damage. You could see here in some of these photographs, the original metal window in the upper left corner, the hollow clay tile that still existed. It was a construction method used at the time. There was also some standard brick construction. These are just, devastating photographs to kind of relive. So the City Commission, in concert with our risk management department under Human Resources, realized that the building was insured and was able to utilize that insurance money to reconstruct. So they embarked on a project to reconstruct the building, and this is it today. I actually took these photos on Monday, waiting for that landscaping to grow in a little more. This is the north side of the building. You can see that original Delray, Florida sign was preserved and reused in place. The original loading docks on the east and west side were restored with their covers. The building is utilized for the Human Resources Department, and then in the south end, which you're looking at here with the portico, is the city's wellness facility. In the far left corner, you can kind of see under that arch, this is a historic luggage cart that was graciously donated by Mr. Joe Van Ness. His grandfather, Mr. Calloway, is the longstanding member of the community, as is Mr. Van Ness. He had this in his barn, and the city staff restored it with some new wood and placed it at the site. So here are a few more photographs. We're really impressed with the level of detail that the contractor followed through with in that restoration. So it was considered a historic restoration and reconstruction. We encouraged the city staff, that left picture there, a little peek into the building method, building construction method, which shows the hollow clay tile at a point where it meets with the brick. This is in the lobby of the wellness facility. And the picture on the right, if you were to tour the building, I encourage you, if you're interested, to look at it, to go see it. It is open. There are elements that are kind of a nod to the railroad use that used to be here, through the use of tiles that kind of look like railroad tires in a way, and some of the light fixtures and different elements. The site's also been the recipient of some trees that were relocated there, and you can see them here in place, that they're doing fairly well. So many thanks to 2 different city commissions that were involved in working on this. You can see on the right the current city commission honored with a bronze plaque on the south side of the building. So quite an achievement for our city, and that we were able to restore and reconstruct that building. So very thankful for all the hard work of the city staff, Missy Barletto and her team in Public Works. Just a wonderful job that everyone involved did. So next I'm going to go into each of the award categories. I'll recognize the property owners as I speak at the end. If the property owner can come up and accept their certificate, I'm hoping our board chair will arrive before you leave so he can also sign the certificate. So keep that in mind, folks, when you come up for your award. So the first winner is in the category of residential contributing, rehabilitation, and addition. And the owner is Miss Tracy Pickett of 108 North Swinton Avenue, which is situated within the locally and nationally designated Old School Square District. The existing one-story home was constructed in 1925 in the bungalow architectural style. It's within the Old School Square District, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about Old School Square now, but several of our award winners are also in Old School Square. The district is centrally located in Delray Beach and was named for the 2 historic schools that were saved and rehabilitated by local citizens in the city after being abandoned by the Palm Beach County School District in the mid-1980s. The 1913 Delray Elementary School and the 25 High School are situated on that site. Old School Square is the namesake for the district as a whole. Many of the houses that were built within this neighborhood were constructed for middle-class families, but there is also a significant collection of larger mansions along Northeast First Avenue and commercial buildings along Atlantic Avenue. The housing stock ranges from early frame vernacular and bungalow-style structures to grander Mediterranean and Victorian-style homes, and include minimal traditional homes built during and after the Great Depression. The range of historic architectural styles are reflective of the various periods of development that Delray Beach experienced from its earliest days through recent history. In February of 2022, Ms. Pickett came before the board, and the board approved an addition and rehabilitation of her structure. The rehabilitation, you can see here, included restoration of the original front porch on the facade of the building, and those bungalow piers were uncovered. A new rear addition was added, incorporating a new garage as well with access off the alley. Swimming pool and parking trellis were also included in the proposal. The proposal included a variety of materials, new and old. In some of the pictures, you will notice that there is a metal shingle roof. There are brick paver, ribbon strip driveway, harking back to the original front driveway that existed. Wood siding replacement and repair that occurred throughout the exterior of the building. The hardy board scalloped gable detailing on the front of the building, and the wood bungalow porch supports. This project serves as a wonderful example of an historic preservation and rehabilitation project that incorporated a significant addition to the rear of the existing home, utilized new and authentic materials while honoring the historic appearance of the structure through the restoration of the original front porch. It contributes to the historic Swinton Avenue streetscape. This is an image of an aerial image that the owner provided. This was the best I could do with the old house. But you can see what a success it is to have an addition added on to a home with having minimal impact on the front of the home. So this year we would like to recognize and honor the property owner, Miss Tracy Pickett, as the winner of the 2025 Historic Preservation Board Award in the category of Residential Contributing, Rehabilitation, and Addition. Congratulations, Miss Pickett. The owners are not required to come up and say anything, but if you wish.
Well, I didn't swear myself in.
This isn't quasi-judicial. You can say whatever you want.
You don't have to, but if you wanted to, you're more than welcome to come to the podium.
Well, thank you. It was great working with you, and the fact that you truly appreciated restoring the house. And it was a nice experience until all the termite stuff was discovered.
If you, I'm sorry, if you wouldn't mind coming up to the podium.
I don't have to. No, thank you.
Okay.
Well, Well, we have a certificate
Thank
here.
you.
I was hoping you would walk up anyway. Congratulations, Michelle. Thank you so much. Okay. The next winner is in the category of residential contributing rehabilitation and accessory structure. The owner is Miss Belinda Kessel. Are you here? Where are you? She is not here. Okay. She's the property owner of 125. It's also known as 121 and 125 Northeast First Avenue. The property is also within the local and nationally designated Old School Square Historic District. It contains 2 contributing residential structures built in 1949 in the frame vernacular style. They're single-family residences. There's actually 2 units. The one in the back is a little bit larger than the one in the front, which the rear structure serves as an accessory structure. City records indicate that the main structure was remodeled and shifted on the site in 1952. Sam Ogren Sr. is credited with a renovation to the home at that time period. Sam Ogren is the city's first registered architect. He's our most prolific architect, designing hundreds of homes and commercial buildings in Delray Beach and a variety of architectural styles. The alterations at that time included an entry to the south side of the rear structure, an open-air porch on the north of the rear structure, a porch to the north of the front structure. And again, we believe that the rear was the original main structure. It was indicated as Building 1 on a lot of the building plans. The structure still contains some of their original wood casement windows. At the time here, they contained clamshell awnings, but also included vinyl siding, and some of those porches were enclosed. The structures were in a deteriorated state when Ms. Kessel purchased the property. In February of 2024, HPB approved a request for exterior alterations to both structures, primarily restoration-based and interior renovation. It did include restoration or bringing back that porch on the south side of the rear structure, hardscape improvements, windows and exterior doors, and a new mill-finish metal shingle roof, much like Miss Pickett's roof. The property owner and her contractor invited city staff to tour the property and structures during the renovation. The level of deferred maintenance that had occurred at the property over the years was significant. These pictures don't do it justice, how bad it was. It was deteriorated inside and out. Yet Ms. Kessel was determined to save the structures and follow through with her vision to restore and preserve the property. The completed project will ensure the longevity of the Old School Square Historic District, and it nicely rounds out the collection of restored resources along Northeast First Avenue. We would like to recognize the property owner, Ms. Belinda Kessel, as the winner of the 2025 Historic Preservation Board Award in the category of residential contributing, rehabilitation, and accessory structure. Congratulations, Ms. Kessel. Next, we have the winner of the category Residential Contributing Addition for Mr. Timothy Lee McKinney. Are you here tonight? No. I'm so surprised. I thought he was coming. The property is located within the locally designated Delita Park Historic District and contains a contributing one-story single-family residence in the 1953 mid-century modern styles of architecture. The Delita Park Historic District is a 14-block suburban residential area just 4 blocks north of the heart of downtown Delray Beach. Delita Park was the city's first platted subdivision, recorded in 1923, laid out in an interesting and unusual fashion, combining a rectangular grid with a series of diagonal streets. Most notable is Dixie Boulevard, which serves as the main concourse in the development, having been laid out 20 feet wider than the rest of the streets and containing larger estate-sized lots. Motivated by patriotic spirit and the optimism of Florida's land boom, Delida Park originally contained streets named after 6 U.S. presidents. Mr. J.C. Secord of Miami organized the Ocean City Development Company and purchased the 58-acre tract of land. It contained 300 lots and 3 pie-shaped public parks. Within days of the recording of that sale, it was reported that Delida Park is growing fast, as 58 lots had sold. Mr. Frederick Henry Link, a former craftsman at Addison Meisner Industries, yes, that Addison Meisner, he came through and purchased a property, and more than one, several lots, and one he crafted for himself. He constructed a Mediterranean or mission-style home in 1923. It's important to note Mr. Link because of his daughter, Catherine Link Strong. She lived on Dixie Boulevard in that home for many years as an adult, and she was Delray Beach's first woman mayor in 1954. In October of 2022, Mr. McKinney received approval for a request to construct a 350 square foot accessory structure, which you see here. It was in the backyard of the home. This is the front home, the main home, so you can see some of the architectural elements incorporated from that mid-century style. The design of the accessory structure, it included that flat roof style, transom windows, shallow front porch, tongue and groove ceiling details, aluminum framed windows, brick support columns, and transoms on the front and sides of the building. The structure represents a modest improvement to the contributing property, allowing for additional living space for the family. We would like to recognize the owner, Mr. Timothy Lee McKinney, as the winner of the 2025 Historic Preservation Board Award in the category of Residential Contributing Additions. Congratulations, Mr. McKinney. Oh, meant to show you the tongue and groove ceiling. Quite nice. Okay, I did see Mr. Mayo in the audience. Hello, Mr. Mayo. So our next category, there was a tie. This category is commercial contributing rehabilitation. The first winner we're going to highlight is Mr. Jaime Mayo and Mr. Michael Hanlon of H&M Architecture. The commercial office structure is located at 143 South Swinton Avenue within the locally and nationally designated Old School Square District. The site contained a one-story 1917 bungalow-style structure. The original structure was built as a single-family residence and was originally owned by John and Elizabeth Sunday. In August of 2019, HPB approved a Class 5 site plan, COA, landscape plan, and architectural elevations. There was also a variance and a previous in lieu of parking request that was approved as well to allow for the conversion of that residence into a commercial office and the expansion of the building by 2,826 square feet. The addition is primarily focused on the east and north side of the building. There's also a new parking lot, landscaping, and hardscaping improvements. The proposal also involved restoration of a front porch. The renovation of the subject property was not for the faint of heart, as upon demolition of the interior of the property, the owners uncovered severe structural issues, including a roof truss system that had been damaged and were missing vertical supports. In some areas, there were tongue and groove pieces of wood propped up, holding the trusses up as a makeshift attempt at stopping the roof from sagging. The property owners returned to the board to request approval to reconstruct the roof and structural wall members, and also to allow for the installation of new support piers for the foundation. The structure is now completed, with several of the original important elements to the structure, such as the brackets, the cedar shake siding that was utilized. Authentic and new building materials were incorporated into this project. Great care went into the details. I expect we wouldn't have expected anything less with these gentlemen being architects. They took great care in their project. Today, the structure serves to welcome visitors to the Old School Square Historic District as it sits at the district's southernmost boundary. Restoration, preservation, and rehabilitation of the property will ensure its longevity and continued legitimacy of the district as a whole. We'd like to recognize the owners, Jaime Mayo and Michael Hanlon, as the winners of the 2025 Historic Preservation Board Award in the category of Commercial Contributing Rehabilitation. Congrats, gentlemen.
Yeah, sure, I'll say a few words. Thank you. Well, it's an honor to be able to get the opportunity to continue the legacy of A. Sunday House. It was owned by Elizabeth and John, sold to actually his sister-in-law, who willed it to Benjamin Sunday, and who did live there. And I believe Mr. Long even used to hang out at that house back in the day, right, George?
We called her Annie Glossard,
Yes,
sister of.
the sister-in-law, yes.
Yes.
And she passed away and willed it to her nephew, who happened to be the son of John Shaw Sunday. Kind of came all full circle. And I, of course, want to thank this board and the previous boards. I think we were here through 3 boards during this process as we uncovered. And, of course, would love to thank Michelle and your team and the city staff for all the work and the direction they gave us to us. We couldn't have done it without you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and our last winner is the second winner, the tie, in the category of Commercial Contributing Rehabilitation. This is Mr. Ron Kurzman. He was traveling, was not able to be here tonight, but Mr. Roger Cope is in attendance and will accept the award on his behalf. So this property is at 202 North Swinton, again in the Old School Square District. The property contains 2 structures, a 2-story frame vernacular style residence constructed in 1922, and an accessory 1-story structure also constructed at that same time period. The main structure was originally located at the St. Paul's Church property. It was moved to the subject property in order to allow for the construction of a new parish house for the church. In its original location, the structure was likely owned by Miss Rebecca Taylor prior to 1935. George Long helped us with some information in sharing the book From Sapling to Sturdy Oak. It's a St. Paul's Church book along with his oral history. George also resides within the district and is a frequent flyer here at our board meeting. A review of the 22 and 26 Sanborn maps reveals evidence that the home was originally situated at the south end of the Block 62, and the 1949 Sanborn map shows the same home and the same footprint on the subject property, its current location. The original structure had a wraparound porch, which was later partially enclosed, along with a cross-gabled roof, and as our Florida Master Site File form indicated, attenuated Tudoresque gable details. In 1984, the structure was significantly damaged by fire and later rehabilitated. It was converted to commercial use in 2014, and then in March of 23, Mr. Kurzman came before the board and received approval for exterior modifications of the structure, of both structures, including window and door replacements and installations, a little change to the roof pitch on the rear structure, new roof material, siding repair, and some replacement. At a later meeting, he was granted approval to reconstruct a portion of that rear accessory structure, which had suffered some severe deterioration. The improvements have been completed and include the use of authentic wood siding, wood detailing, new windows, porch details, roofing, landscaping, hardscaping. And here are just a few of the photographs of the detail work. It was done quite carefully and very well. Preservation of this structure on its prominent corner of North Swinton and Northeast 2nd Street, which 2nd Street serves as a bypass to the the I-95 area. That will continue. This prominent corner and preservation of the structure will continue, and it will serve as a representation of this property owner's commitment to historic preservation efforts in Delray Beach. So we would like to recognize the property owner, Mr. Ron Kurzman, as the tie winner of the 2025 Historic Preservation Board Award in the category of Commercial Contributing Rehabilitation. And Roger, I see that you're coming up to the podium, and I'll hand you the certificate. Congrats, Ron.
I'll just say a couple of words. Ronnie had a 45-page speech prepared for tonight, so thank God he didn't make it. But in all honesty, there's a lot of people to thank. Michelle Hoyland and her staff, Michelle Hewitt, Katharina Palalotta, who's backstage, Amy Alvarez, and Thea as well, the entire Development Services Division. You guys for supporting everything that we did along the way. As you know, things are challenging in some regard, and so you supported just about everything that we asked you to support. We actually have a phase 2 and a phase 3 that we might come back before you with, in the next few months. But thank you very much. The month of May is always a very special month across the country for preservation, and we always appreciate what the city of Delray Beach does for all the local designers and owners that deserve these things. Thank you very much.
Also, thank you to Roger.
Yes,
Were you going to say that?
yes.
Please do.
I was just going to say thank you, Roger, for looking after this gem of Delray architecture. So it's very much appreciated. So, and congratulations to all of the winners tonight and everybody who goes through this process and takes on a rehabilitation project. It's very much appreciated, and that's what helps keep Delray Delray, and we appreciate it. And thank you, Michelle, for your very detailed and thorough and excellent presentations.
Thank you. And just as a reminder, just as a quick reminder, if the award winners wouldn't mind hanging out for just a few more moments, I would really like Mr. Chard, our chairperson, to sign your certificates. He is due to arrive shortly. Thank you.
Okay. We have a pretty full agenda, so we're going to get started on the quasi-judicial items. I'm going to read the rules of said items. This hearing shall be conducted in accordance with the City of Delray Beach's quasi-judicial rules. The applicant and the city shall be permitted to present their case. The public shall be allowed to speak for 3 minutes each, or for a maximum of 6 minutes if the person represents an organization or group of people who are present but agree not to speak. The City Commission, board members, staff, and the applicant may be allowed to cross-examine a witness. The city or the applicant will be allowed to offer rebuttal testimony. This decision to approve or deny an application or appeal may not legally be made upon personal views as to whether a project is a good project or not, nor may a decision be based on the number of citizens who support or oppose a particular project. The law requires that all decisions must be made on the basis of whether the project meets the requirements of law, the comprehensive plan, and the land development regulations. And I'm going to hand the gavel over
Well
to
done, my friend.
Jim. Thank you. I'm worn out. It's all yours.
Okay.
While Jim's doing that, I'm just going to ask if there's been any ex parte communications on item A, which is ad valorem tax exemption 2025-161.
No.
None?
None. I visited the site.
None. Okay.
For the record, my name is Michelle Hewitt, planner, and I'd like to enter agenda item 8A, 310 Northeast First Avenue, file number 2025-161 for an ad valorem tax exemption into the record. The property owner is here to present.
Good evening. Appreciating that you have a full agenda, I'll try and move through this.
want to start by just stating your name and address for the record, that would be great.
Joe Wagman, 310 Northeast 1st Avenue, Delray Beach.
Thank you very much.
Ready? Okay. And am I operating the? Okay. So my wife and I purchased this property about 3 years ago, and it's the classic First Avenue World War II vintage cottage where there's many of them on the street and kind of a kit apart. So I'm really just going to show you a few slides of the before, a couple of our challenges, and after. So this is first before shot. We had one of the last, maybe the last carport in the area. They've all been converted, and we worked with staff to refurbish that, repurpose that, but still have sort of a transportation look to it. This is the original north side. West elevation rear yard. This place had the most amazing stand of bamboo, this massive, whatever the right name is for a forest of bamboo. That was one of our challenges. This would be before on the south side. That's a pretty good shot of the bamboo that we were dealing with. It had to be 30, 40 feet tall. So I think we had most surprises that you can have, and we first found what looked to be a concrete bunker in the rear yard, which turned out to be a very large septic tank, very well built. Then we had termite damage in a fair amount of the exterior. It was interesting, the house is built of the Old Day County pine, which in the structural part held up pretty well, but the shell was a real challenge. So here we are after north side, after on the south side. This is now that shot where we were on the west looking into the existing property. This is the current state. On the exterior, there's a one-car garage now that abuts the alley. And after on the east elevation, the First Avenue facing. And what we did with working with staff on the carport was to put sort of a transportation-oriented, and actually working with the board, because you actually approved this, carriage door kind of approach. And that is our presentation for the ad valorem tax exemption application. Any questions?
Ezra? No?
I think
John?
maybe we go to staff first, and then if they have any questions for you, they'll call you back up.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Once again, Michelle Hewitt, planner, and this is for an ad valorem tax exemption for 310 Northeast 1st Avenue. Here we have an aerial of the subject property outlined in red. Northeast 1st Avenue is to the east. There's an alley to the west of the property. Some background: the subject property is located within the locally and nationally registered Old School Square Historic District. The property contains a circa 1940 one-story minimal traditional style structure that is classified as contributing within the district. Distinguishing architectural features include a secondary gable from the inset with the primary front-facing gable on the east, and a porch recess below the gable below, supported by cross-braced wood posts. So just those elements I just described, you can see on the structure previously prior to improvements. This is the front. This faces Northeast 1st Avenue. You can see that cross-bracing in that porch there and portions of the carport. And then another image here of the front. Again, those porch elements in that carport and the structure prior to improvements. Here's the rear west elevation prior to the approved improvements. And then the side north elevation, this is where that carport that was enclosed is located. then another image here from the side or south elevation. And some contextual images to see what's surrounding the property. So this is the streetscape plan. This came before the board. This was approved of the improvements that were approved. So this is the survey prior to improvements. You can see the structure highlighted in blue. And this is the site plan, the approved site plan after for the ad valorem request. And there was also a pool that had a variance that was granted to allow the addition to match the existing structure's setback. Here is the rear, before on the top, and then after improvements at the bottom. Again, at the top is before. This is the side elevation or the north side. And then at the bottom there is afterwards, again red showing those improvements and additions. And then here the other side on the south elevation, again blue being existing and then red being the addition that was approved. And this is the rendering that came before the board, the front, and then the rear at the back, the bottom there. And then some renderings of where the pool is located. And here's the finished. You can see the very well executed from the renderings. The carriage doors, the cross bracing remained, the railings being removed. This is the rear where the pool is, and that addition in the back. And then the sides are pretty narrow, so don't mind the wide angle, but this is the side here where the carport is located. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments from the public? Okay. Now we're since we've already approved all of this is really to give the approval for the tax abatement, right?
Yes, this would be a recommendation to the City Commission.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm assuming there's probably not, but is there any cross-examination from the applicant or the staff about this presentation?
That was my assumption as well.
None from staff.
No?
Okay, thanks.
All right.
Just putting it on the record.
John?
Great job. All in favor of it?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in full support.
I'm supportive as well. Great looking project.
It's in your neighborhood, right?
Well, it's right nearby, yes.
Yeah.
On the dog walking route.
That's a beautiful job. So, call the roll, please.
You need a motion and a second.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion, recommend approval to the City Commission of the Historic Property Ad Valorem Tax Exemption Application 2025-161 for improvements to the property at 310 Northeast First Avenue, Old School Square Historic District, by finding that the request and approval thereof is consistent with the comprehensive plan and meets the criteria set forth in the land development regulations.
Second.
Carol Perez is absent. Chris Campbell.
Yes.
Peter Dwyer.
Yes.
Ezra Craig.
Yes.
Vlad Dumitrescu is absent. John Miller.
Yes.
Jim Chard.
Yes. Thank you very much. It's beautiful. Okay. I'd like to ask everybody's forgiveness. I just landed flying in from London, so I'm not sure if my head is here or back there. But I did see a lot of historic gardens. Okay, would you like to introduce the C of A?
Okay, for the record, I'm Katharina Palavoda, Senior Historic Preservation Planner. I'd like to enter COA 2025-159 into the record. It's a certificate of appropriateness for the property located at 108 Northwest 4th Avenue. The owners are here, and they'll be presenting first.
Before we start on that, ex parte? Visited the site.
None.
None?
None.
No.
All right. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sandra Amani. I'm here with Nikki Mercedes, and this is 108 Northwest 4th Avenue. As soon as it comes up.
And have you been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay, this is our after picture. We're here because we are requesting to leave the originally approved railings off the front porch. I'm just going to wait for her to pull that up. Okay, I think I just hit this. Okay, this is the original. I think you all remember when we purchased it 2 years ago without any windows or railings. And it was about just under 1,000 square foot, completely gutted inside. This is the front of the house now with our landscaping, all the work that went into it, which was quite a bit. This is a view from the north, and we're right on the property line, so this is the best shot I could get. But you can see that the porch is airy and open and, really highlights the house, I believe. There's a little close-up view. Let me know if you want me to slow down. There was, of course, with any historic project, a tremendous amount of work that went into taking it from this to this, and I think it came out quite beautifully. Let's see, I think I have an aerial picture. We believe that even with an open porch, that it maintains the look and feel of this, really important district. It restores the original structure that was dilapidated, and it didn't have more ornate details to begin with. We picked that up from plans that the old owner had, and as we went through the process, I really see a lot of houses in the neighborhood that don't have it, and I just love it without. We think it's very inviting, and I did provide some examples of other addresses in the historic district. Here's our old aerial view and where we are located, in case you're not familiar, and here is the current aerial view of the property. And you can see the plans, their shutters. Oh, I did provide an alternative, but should I not go there? Oh, okay. No, I don't want to ask. I'm done. I'd rather not have railings. If that would be approved, it would be greatly appreciated.
Say that again. Which?
I would rather leave it open the way that it is. I think it looks spectacular. We get a lot of compliments from the neighbors, but I just think it's very inviting the way that it is.
Could you show it with the railing again?
I don't actually have a picture with the railing. What I was...
Wasn't that a rendering or an elevation?
Oh, let's see. No. Oh, maybe I didn't include it. This is actually a different property that has a wood railing in the neighborhood, and it's quite busy and enclosed. Because our porch isn't very big, it felt like it wouldn't really be usable for the space. We wouldn't be able to fit anything on it or use it. It just would have a decorative railing.
Thank you.
We have the approved rendering of the porch in our presentation. Okay, so this is a COA for 108 Northwest 4th Avenue. The subject property is located within the locally designated West Settlers Historic District. It contains a contributing one-story masonry vernacular structure that was constructed in 1949. The structure's architectural features include a stucco interior, stucco exterior, chimney with a flat cap, a covered front porch on the east facade, porthole gabled vents on the east and north facades, and flat stucco windowsills. The property is zoned single family, R1A, and the structure is currently being utilized as a single family residence. Okay, so this is the location. It's in the center of Northwest 4th Avenue on the west side. You did see this previously back in December 2023. This was approved for the rear addition on the existing structure. There was also some exterior modifications. Let's see, specifically the construction of a new 810 square foot addition to the rear west side of the existing main structure, the construction of a 227 square foot stone paver patio and pool deck to the rear of the residence, the construction of a swimming pool, and exterior modifications to the existing structure, including window shutters, repainting, the door addition, and beveled columns. It also included a new concrete driveway with aluminum and board-on-board wood fencing and stone pavers. So these were completed. We did go out to staff went out to do a site inspection for building in order for them to get their CO, and that's when we realized the original, let me go back here, so there's the survey. Staff realized that the front facade was missing the approved, so I'm going to pass through some of these pictures. So this is what's currently existing on site. I'm just going to skip past these real quick. So these were the approved front elevations. So you'll notice they have the railings and then the beveled columns. So that was what was originally approved. We did notice that they were a little more simplified that we can kind of see on site now. Okay. And then the railings were removed. So staff did some research, and I think I have it in my report. I'm just gonna go back a little bit further. We did some extensive research on the property, and there was no evidence that the actual railings, the style of the beveled columns and the railings were actually original to the structure. We did find the original building cards, and it didn't know anywhere that they had the railings and the columns, so we couldn't substantiate the fact that they actually have to have it. However, because this was the approved front elevation, it was up to the board to decide whether or not the more simplified columns were appropriate. Ms. Amani did have some images of some other neighboring structures. So West Settlers was known for having more modest styles compared to other historic districts. So you will see throughout the district that the columns that they have existing on the structure is very similar to what is within the historic streetscape. Okay, so here we have renderings. So this is what the original columns and the railings were approved as. Okay, so here we have, so that's what was approved, and this is what's existing on site. Here's a up-close picture of the porch. Okay. In addition to the front porch, they are looking to change the color of the shutters. So here we can see the existing shutters on site are white, and they're looking to do, it's kind of like a blue-gray Sleepy Hollow on here. So they're looking to change the color of the shutters. Okay, these are the Secretary of the Interior standards that apply to this request. Okay, this is where we're noting that we don't have concerns with the way the columns are as they exist on site, and there was no, we had no historic records to show that they actually had the railings existing on the site. Okay, specifically relationship to materials, texture, and color were visual compatibility standards that applied. So we noted that, and Ms. Amani had some more examples than the two that we had, but north of Northwest 5th Avenue. There's two structures that are owned by the CRA that have very similar columns. I think she had a picture of one of them. So it's up to the board to determine whether or not this would be appropriate for the structure as well as the district. Okay, and there are your findings. That concludes my presentation.
Any comment from the public? Any rebuttal? None? Hearing that, let's go to the dais.
I have no problem without the railing. I don't think the railing not being there detracts too much from the architecture of the house. The staff didn't find any historic element of having the railing on the house, so I'm okay with removing it from there.
I agree. I think it'd be appropriate either way. And I would like to, I defer to the homeowner on this one, and I'm okay with the color change as well.
Yep, me too with the color.
I had a question on the color. Is there any historical reference to that color at all, or is that?
Not that staff's aware of. I don't know if the applicant has any comments. I can put it back up.
Not that I know of. I just saw it on
Sorry, you've got to come up to the podium. Thanks.
Not that we know of. We just took a swatch book to some other homes in the district and tried to match what was already approved that would pop off of the house and not be so bland.
So you found some with roughly the same color?
Yeah, roughly the same color. So
Yeah.
we just, we want to stay within, what's already there.
Okay. Peter?
Very straightforward and reasonable request. I support it 100%. Looks great.
Was there anything done on the roof? I didn't see any reference to that in our materials.
The original, we replaced the entire roof, which was what was approved in the original plans. And so we used exactly, everything else in the house is exactly what was approved.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Make a motion.
Yeah.
Chris?
Make a motion to approve the certificate of appropriateness 2025-159 for the property located at 108 Northwest 4th Avenue, West Settlers Historic District, by finding that the request and approval thereof is consistent with the comprehensive plan and meets the criteria set forth in the land development regulations.
Second. Call the roll.
Carol Perez is absent. Chris Cabezas?
Yes.
Peter Dwyer?
Yes.
Ezra Craig?
Yes.
Vlad Dumitrescu absent. John Miller?
Yes.
Jim Chard?
Yes. It's great work. Thank you. Okay, we now go to the next.
Once again, this is Michelle Hewitt, and I'd like to read into the record COA 2025-153 for Certificate of Appropriateness and Level 1 Site Plan Modification for 403 North Swinton Avenue. The designated agent is here to present on the property owner's behalf.
Okay.
Hi. So my name is Kate Tompkins. My boss's name is Alex Platt. He couldn't be here today because he's having a baby right now. So.
Okay. Could you hold 1 second? We need to do the ex parte question.
Visited the site.
None.
None?
None.
None.
Go ahead.
So the address is 403 North Swinton Ave, Delray Beach. It's on the corner of Swinton and Lake Ida. So we would like to get approved the doors. Right now they're the brown with the oval, and then the back door is just turquoise. So we just want to replace it with impact doors. Nope. Okay. So the windows, we just want to remove the shutters and put impact windows. So And then also add 2 windows on the other side to make it even. So right now, you can see there's 2, just add 2 more. Okay. The next is the roof. Right now it's like a brown shingle roof. We would like to replace it with a brand new roof, metal. The third is paint. Right now, it's like a brown orange color. So we would like to paint it pink. I think it would really make a nice statement because it's on the corner.
Excuse me a second. We're hearing more of your conversation than of hers, if you wouldn't mind.
So we would like to just paint it pink, so it is a very important corner, and right now it is like an orange brown. So, and then the other thing is the gable vents. We would just like to replace it with a brand new one, either white or pink. So you can see what it looks like now. So it is like that orange with a brown door. So we just would like to clean it up and make it look historic and beautiful. And that's it. What? Okay.
All right. Once again, 403 North Swinton Avenue, Certificate of Appropriateness and Level 1 Site Plan Modification. Here we have an aerial for the subject property outlined in blue, with North Swinton Avenue to the west and Northeast 4th Street to the south. Some brief history: the property is located within the locally designated Del Ida Park Historic District. It contains a contributing 1925 one-story masonry vernacular style structure. The structure was previously located at 74 Northeast 4th Avenue, where it was moved in August of 1975 to its current location. Prior to its relocation, the structure was remodeled for use as a dental office. Also, Dallery's windows were replaced with awning windows at that time. The original structure included front and rear porches, which appear to have been enclosed prior to 1970, and distinguishing architectural features include textured stucco walls, chimney, enclosed porches on the west and east elevations, awning windows with dimensional buttons, and a shingle roof with front and side-facing gables. So we'll look at some of those elements here. This is the front or west elevation. This faces North Swinton Avenue. Here we have the side or north elevation. You can see the existing colors, the windows, those shutters, and some in the gable feature. Here's the other side of the north elevation. This is interior to the site. Here we have the side or south elevation. This faces Northeast 4th Street. And then here's the rear or east elevation. There's a parking lot on the other side of this elevation. So the request before the board involves alterations to the exterior of the structure as follows: the installation of a mill-finished standing seam metal roof, installation of impact windows and doors, installation of 2 windows on the north elevation, repainting of the structure, removal of existing shutters, and replacement of an existing gable vent. So we have a survey with the property line outlined or dashed in red, and the subject building footprint outlined in blue. Here we have the north elevation. This elevation is proposed to have 2 new windows added. On the bottom is the proposed. On the left and the second from the right are the 2 new windows that are proposed in the north elevation. Additional modifications include the removal of the shutters on all of the windows and the replacement with the existing windows with impact, clear, no tint, non-reflective, no low E glass with white frames. Bless you. So here we have a permit from the 1970s where you can see that there was a window that existed on the north elevation. That's a small little blue box there. That they're bringing back, and based on the building footprint or the floor plan, it has a very symmetrical appearance, so it wouldn't be a surprise that there was also a matching window opposite of the second window that they're proposing on this structure. And so here on the top is the existing south elevation, and at the bottom is the proposed north. If you were to invert them, they're intending to mimic the window pattern that's on the existing south elevation. The paint colors that are proposed on the walls is Sherwin-Williams Teaberry, and for the fascia, it is Sherwin-Williams Bright White. There are no concerns with the proposed paint colors. They are relatively neutral and light in color and could be seen on this type of structure. The proposed roofing is to go from the asphalt shingle to a standing seam mill finish roof. There are concerns with the proposed appearance / material of the roofing. It is noted that the use of metal roofing on a 1925 masonry vernacular structure would not have been typical for the time period, as it's more utilized for new construction or historically with wood frame structures. The original yellow card indicates the structure was originally wood frame, so a metal roof could be seen as appropriate if the structure had wood siding. The City of Delray Beach yellow card notes that a shingle roof was original to the structure and consideration could be given to the use of a metal shingle roof, and this would allow for some longevity as well as keeping a similar roof profile that's currently there. Here we have a screenshot from our Delray Beach Historic Preservation Design Guidelines discussing the replacement of roofs and the availability of materials. Our second staff report excerpt is from the Secretary of the Interior Standards section. So the proposed window replacements are requesting to not have dimensional muttons. Rather, they'll have 1/1 window patterns. Per our design guideline and the Secretary of the Interior Standards, window types and designs are considered a distinctive feature, finish, and construction technique, and that they do not recommend changes to the appearance of windows that contribute to the historic character of the building by replacing materials, finishes, or colors which noticeably change the sash depth or the reveal. And here is a screenshot of the Secretary of the Interior Standards and Guidelines where we highlight the it's not recommended to change the appearance of windows that contribute to the historic character of the structure. Here are the applicable Secretary of the Interior Standards highlighted that were used to analyze the request. And here as well for the visual compatibility standards. And our certificate of appropriateness findings. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Any comments from the public? We have a quiet public this evening.
If you'd like to make a comment, you just need to come up to the podium and introduce yourself. Thank you.
Hello there, my name's Elliot Hankus, and I just want to know the structure itself. It was a dentist's office for a long time. Do we have any idea what it's going to be converted into at this point? Is that allowed to be said or no?
Typically, they'll just take your comments, and then if they want to address them, and either the applicant or the staff, they'll answer it.
Okay, good. If we could have your address.
My address?
Yeah.
Well, we're the actual owners of the property next to this. Do you see the green one right there?
Mm-hmm.
So we have that property there. The cottage is a 1941 property, so we've been seeing this property for a good 5 years and just saw that it was sold and under contract and just kind of curious as to what it's going to be. Become like another
Okay.
office, a residential, we don't know.
Okay.
That's all.
Could the applicant address that?
So it's gonna be an office. No,
Okay.
not a dentist's office, but an office.
Okay.
So it's a commercial office, not a
Commercial
professional.
office,
Yeah.
correct.
Okay.
That's all I wanted to know.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have any comments? Robert? No? You're just. Consider it done. All right. Any rebuttal from the applicant? None? You're in agreement with the staff? Okay. And any rebuttal from the staff?
None from staff.
Okay. Let's start the discussion. Peter, do you want to lead off?
Sure, I'll lead off. Nice to see so many of my neighbors here tonight. This is unusual. Nothing on TV? Thank you for coming. This project is very prominent. I walk by it a couple times a week, maybe more, and it's nice to see some improvements coming down the pike. It definitely needs attention. It looks like from the staff report that the original windows were jalousie, which, if anyone is familiar with those, they provide no protection at all. They barely keep the rain out. So those windows were changed apparently in 1975 to what we see in the structure, which are definitely not impact windows. In order to preserve a structure in the climate that we have, it has to be updated, and the windows are a big part of that. And then the roof, of course, metal, although we're seeing a lot more of it, and it's not always preferred for historical value, it's the best roof you can have on a structure. And with the real estate values, you probably don't want to do this twice. So I think I'm in full support of the changes. I think the colors are very benign. They're not going to create any big issues. It's not a hot pink, very mild pink. And the existing shutters don't contribute to anything. They're not even sized properly. I don't know if we have an architect here, but you can see that they're just slapped on there. They don't do much to provide any relief. So it's nice to see the investment in this project. Thank you.
Peter, one question. I think in the staff report they talked about metal shingles. Is that something that you have thoughts about?
I haven't seen them used very much. They're not really preferred. Michelle has talked about them a little. Maybe she can bring us up to speed in one of our meetings.
Okay.
But haven't seen.
I think Michelle wants to make a comment.
While Michelle's walking over here, yeah, one of our award winners, two of them? Oh, you're right. Two of our award winners actually have the metal shingle. It's 125 Northeast 1st Avenue and 108 North Swinton have the shingles. I don't know how well it's gonna. Yeah, it's kind of visible. I know we also have an example in the Marina Historic District, but I can't remember what the.
It's
160.
becoming more and more popular. But I did, to be fair to the property owner, Mr. Platt, we did discuss the metal shingles. I asked if that would be an option for him, and he wanted to proceed with the standing seam metal, which the board can review. We have seen them. In fact, the structure immediately south of this, across the street, has a mill finish roof, standing seam, and it's a masonry vernacular structure too. We just think this probably was a frame vernacular structure originally. There's clues, but it looks, stucco, so we thought that's a board review item. I think what somewhat pushed it to the board for review was more the windows and the roof material. So it was the lack of muttons. We had a long discussion with the applicant about that. He said, he's taking the shutters off. He understood those were not appropriate in size, but he wanted to take a shot and see if the board would approve the windows with no muttons. We've identified, in the staff report where the concern lies with that and the roof. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, I think that it was built with jalousie windows, apparently, which, if we had an image of those, I don't think we'd be real fond of it. You'd have a lot of vertical or horizontal lines. So
we can't confirm if every window was jalousie.
Right.
It used to be over on Northeast 4th Avenue, and it was a dental office over there, and then it was moved to this site, which I found very interesting. It was moved as a dental office and continued.
Right.
But at the time frame it was built, I don't know that jalousie, I've researched it a bit. It's possible that they could have been jalousie, but it's more likely that they were single hung.
Right. I think that their selection is probably based on the use. Since this is going to be an office and not a residence, it's better to have unobstructed views from your windows than having muttons.
While I understand
So
that,
that's a consideration.
I don't want to argue back
Unless
and forth.
he has a question, I think.
Right. Just my opinion. I think that I'd probably prefer muttons if it were a residence, and I'd push for it. But in this case, since it is an office, I'm open to what they have.
Chris?
Well, I agree that a metal roof is the most practical roof, and also impact windows are essential, so I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the color choices. I do think, though, I am hung up a little bit on the standing seam roof type and not having the muttons on the window. I think those create that historical look, and it was on the house previously. So I'm hung up on those. I think the project would be better if it had, I don't know, can I say that?
I mean, you've referred to how you think that they are more historically appropriate. I think,
yes.
You know, if you're saying better for the fact that you think that they better meet the land development regulations and the guidelines, then yes, you can absolutely say that.
Yeah, so those are the two items that I think the metal shingle, having just seen the other properties with it, seems to fit the character of the historic nature of the house better. My thoughts.
Okay. John?
Yeah, so the easy things to me, obviously replacing the doors, replacing the windows, the shutters I think look pretty bad. They're not appropriate as they stand. The color was one thing that I really was a little concerned about because, you know, no way, shape, or form is that a historical color. It is pretty light.
Unknown caller.
I mean, I looked it up and I 100% guarantee that staff is going to get phone calls when this goes up. How did that color get approved? So I'm okay with going on the majority on this, but I still have concerns about the color. The windows, I kind of would defer to Pete on this. I agree if it was a residential, I'd like to see the muttons on there, but without it, if it's an office building, I'm okay with it. This building needs some TLC for sure. It's been sitting in this condition probably for 30 years. I went to school there and it looked almost exactly the same across the street in the late 70s, early 80s, so, or close to it. So yeah, I would like to hear maybe a little bit of discussion. As far as the standing seam metal roof, I'm okay with that. I think it's appropriate. To the south you have one, and to the north you have it, and you know, with the trends that they are, I know a dimensional metal tile roof would look great, or even putting a different material on there altogether would be okay, but I'm okay with the standing seam metal roof. But the color and the windows, I'm still a little hung up on. Ezra?
Yeah, I'm with, I agree with John. I think generally this is, I'm sorry. I agree with John. I think that I'm okay with most of it. You know, I'm new to the board, so I will show my inexperience. To me, a structure, whether it's commercial or residential, if we're trying to have historical significance, to me, there shouldn't be a differentiation. That may be something that you as a board in your previous have seen, that there should be a differentiation. So I would prefer to have the windows be appropriate, and I'm concerned about the color as well.
Yeah, the and I'm assuming, and Pete, correct me if I'm wrong, if Muttons did go on this, they're gonna be the plastic
They would be
applied to the
aluminum, but they'd
outside.
be glued on, probably,
Yeah.
just applied with some silicone.
Yeah.
So they're not gonna look like a nice wood window.
And they do, some of them I know, you can get it with them built into the window. They are not affixed to the glass, so they get mildew and everything
Yeah,
behind
that
them.
looks even worse.
Yeah. So, I think you could go either way on this, and I don't want to belabor this one, so.
Yeah, I think we're kind of divided as a board here. I realize the pink color is not historic, but it also isn't a really bright pink. So I'm not sure that it stands out, but I guess you believe that some neighbors will call. T-Bear?
Staff didn't have a problem with the color. Do you want to hear what the staff has to say about the color and maybe the windows?
Sure. Color is, I think back to the days when I was being trained under Pat Casey. It was one of the simplest things to change. So that was somewhat the outlook on color. I do understand what Mr. Miller is saying, that we'll probably get calls, but this is why it's here before the board. If the only thing they were coming in for was color, I might have approved it administratively, because I feel like it's fairly a pale color, which might have been utilized in an older time period. As far as the windows are concerned, the Muttons would not be glued on. They come as, if you decide as a board to require the Muttons, if you could show the picture with the mutton pattern of the existing, that picture was good, Michelle. Please, the elevation picture. The window, when it's ordered, comes with the Muttons installed. They are more of like a clip-in, so it's more of a pressure clip. There's no glue or anything.
But it's not a true divided light.
No, 99% of the windows that you're seeing, aluminum framed windows with Muttons, that is how they're installed. And so that part of the Secretary of the Interior standard provides the guidance. So if they had come in with no shutters, muttoned windows, a pink house, a shingle roof or a metal shingle roof, the whole thing would have been admin approved. We wouldn't be at the board. So, again, the color, didn't raise a concern, I think, from our perspective, but the Muttons did. And as far as whether it's commercial or residential, if I may speak on that for a moment, it's an adaptive reuse of a single family house. So while yes, the use is office, we still want to emulate the appearance of a single family house. And it's a standard, it's not a subjective staff comment. We're utilizing something that's provided on specific guidance with the Secretary of the Interior and the Delray Beach Preservation Guidelines.
What about nearby houses? Are those residential or commercial?
So the one to the north is residential. I heard someone mention about the metal roof. It's a frame structure. So frame structures are where we were seeing metal roofs at the time period of these homes being built. The one immediately across the street to the south is commercial. Directly to the east of it, behind it, is a little mission style structure that's a pretty pale blue. That's commercial. So it's a mix right in the general vicinity. This is like the last one that technically is RO zoning. The one immediately to the north is part of RO, and then all of that north of that is straight residential. Thanks for letting me speak on that.
I'd like to ask the applicant a question, if you wouldn't mind. You're the representative of the owner?
Correct, because it's having a baby.
So has there been any communication on the Muttons on the windows? And if this board did require those, is that something that you would be okay
required,
with?
he will do it. He just wants to get this done and make it nice and.
Not going to go to the mat over.
No,
Muttons.
he's
Okay.
not. He's not.
Okay.
In that case, I'd like to make a motion, unless anybody else has any discussion.
Well, Jim, did you
No,
mention
Jim,
anything
you
about the
didn't talk.
roof?
Well, we did talk about the roof. I would prefer seeing metal shingles, but if, as staff says, that frame houses of the time tend to have raised metal standing seam.
Is that correct?
So we think, and I've had a discussion with the property owner, we think it was a frame structure, probably with siding that was later stuccoed. I've encouraged him to look, when they're doing interior demolition, but I can't prove that. So I think standing seam metal on a structure like this, if you're making a decision based on the Secretary of the Interior standards that it would be appropriate, that's your decision, not so much about what the other structures have. I think the city attorney would say it's case by case. So you could make that decision.
So it doesn't need to have the siding to have the metal seam correlate with that.
I think the board could approve it on this structure. If it were maybe a not quite a vernacular appearance where we wouldn't have seen a metal roof, we would be identifying that for you, but I think it's possible.
It's difficult at this point, in my opinion, we've approved probably a standing seam metal roof in every meeting over the last 2 years almost.
Yes.
And there's gonna continue on, so in my opinion,
You guys
I
are
know
not
it's
precedent
not
setting, so it is
precedent
case
setting,
by case.
But in my mind, that ship has sailed when it comes to this. I would love to see some variation at some point, but I understand why this is happening.
Could we ask the applicant if they've discussed that? Would they be willing to do the metal shingles if requested?
He said that just to do the metal roof for this.
I'm sorry.
He said
Speak
only,
up, please.
only a metal roof for this.
Well, there's metal shingle?
Not
or
the shingles, he just said the
standing seam.
the standard.
And I know, I'm sorry, I forgot your
Kate.
name. Kate, I'm sorry. We did talk, the owner and I, and his roofer doesn't have the availability of metal shingle, so he would have to kind of start over, and he wants to stick with that roofer. This is what he told me. So I think if you were to make some kind of alternate decision, and he wasn't pleased with that, he would have to come back to the board and talk to you more about it.
Or it could be appealed as a hardship.
One other question I had. Did I hear you say that there may have been colors similar to this in the same historic period?
Yeah, I think pink, I know, John, that you're saying pink would not have been utilized, but pink totally could have been utilized.
Okay. I stand corrected.
What was the date? In the 40s was this, or the 20s? It's the easiest thing to change. So it allows some expression, I think, for property owners. 1925. It probably was white, realistically, but it does allow some modern expression of our property owners.
So are we suggesting then that we have one condition of approval being
That was gonna be my motion. Yeah.
Okay, let's hear it.
All right, Mr. Chair, I'd like to approve the certificate, move to approve the certificate of appropriateness 2025-153 for the property located at 403 North Swinton Avenue, Delita Park Historic District, by finding the request and approval thereof is consistent with the comprehensive plan and meets the criteria set forth in land development regulations, subject to the following condition: that the new windows contain a mutton pattern similar to existing as shown in the plans.
Second.
I'll second that motion.
Discussion? Okay. If you could call the roll, Diane.
Carol Perez is absent. Chris Campbell.
Yes.
Peter Dwyer.
Yes.
Ezra Creek.
Yes.
Vi Dumitrescu is absent. John Miller.
Yes.
Jim Chard.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next, we have agenda item 8D. I'd like to read into the record 2024 COA 2024-257 for a certificate of appropriateness, relocation, and variances for the property located at 2 North Dixie Boulevard. The architect is here to present on behalf of the owner.
Before you get started, Mr. Cope, is there any ex parte communications from the board?
Visited the site.
I spoke briefly to Kristen Finn about this one.
None.
None.
None, but I do walk by it every day.
And
Do a lot of walking.
Yeah. Yeah, my
There
dog.
was an email.
That's
Oh.
part of your research for your.
Part of my research.
Yeah.
And it looks like you guys may have gotten an email on your server from related to this.
That I did not see.
There was an email that came through to the city server from a neighbor, and Mr. Cope as well responding to that email.
Okay. Okay.
I don't have it in my email.
I didn't see it.
All right, for the record, Roger Cope, Cope Architects, Inc., 701 Southeast First Street in the National Marina Historic District. I'm here with Mr. E.J. Hazard, the owner of the property. Bought it fairly recently. He and his lovely wife are going to make this their home with their two children, two daughters. They researched historic properties for many years before they decided upon this one. So they are a very educated buyer, and I've had an absolute pleasure working with him and his family. They've been fantastic. I want to thank Michelle and her staff, these two young ladies up here, again, for their guidance all along the way. And again, thank you guys for the time tonight. I was told I have 15 minutes, so I'm going to kind of fly through the project in a certain respect. It's a little bit unfair. I mean, we've worked a good solid year and a half on this thing, and to get 15 minutes to present it is sometimes not an easy thing to do. But this is an image, and this is an image of the front of the house. And Peter, you're a neighbor. You walked the property or walked the site, the block. How many of you? I'm going to ask two questions during my presentation. How many of you have ever lived on a cul-de-sac? Nobody? No, well, you. Anybody? No.
I live on a cul-de-sac.
You do? How many others live on that cul-de-sac with you?
4 or 5 houses.
That's a normal cul-de-sac. My client has a house on a cul-de-sac that is not normal. He is the only resident on the cul-de-sac. We have neighbors, but they're not on the cul-de-sac, and I'll show you what I mean if I can figure this thing out. And it is a cul-de-sac. This is a map, a historic map of the neighborhood, and this is in the Delita Historic District. So it's a wonderful neighborhood, very family-oriented, and we are on Dixie Boulevard, which is the diagonal cutting across this map. We are at the extreme upper end of this, though the upper left-hand quadrant of this slide. Dixie Boulevard used to go all the way through to Swinton, which is at the top of the slide. It no longer does that. It was converted by the city of Delray Beach into a cul-de-sac, and we've worked with staff to try to figure out when that happened. It's almost irrelevant. It happened 40 years ago.
Late 80s, early 90s.
Late 80s, early 90s. So it forever changed the dynamic and the DNA of that end of the street, in our opinion. And I say that because, and this is a black and white photo of it. We are the house in the extreme lower left on the diagonal, the last house at the bottom. And this is a church now sits, a beautiful church now sits on the opposite side of Swinton Avenue. So many things have changed since this photo was taken place. And our house is the one that's on a weird angle which all of the others on our block are not on. And they're, the only exception being the opposite end of the block, which is unfortunately outside the slide. But that is our site. That is our house as it currently sits. And we are focusing on this because we are asking to be able to pick this house up and reposition it on the site, so that we can make better use, more appropriate use of both the house and the site that we're left with. So we studied for 6 months how to reestablish this house. We're bound by 2 public rights of way, North Dixie to the left, upper left, and then our street to the south, bottom of the page is Southeast 5th Street, which back then was called Coolidge Avenue. We have decided to reposition the house where I'm showing it in this slide. The primary justifications for this is to make it orthogonal to Dixie Boulevard, which is a fancy word of, we want to take the angle out of the site, out of the way that it sits now. It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. From a vehicular standpoint, from a pedestrian standpoint, from a user standpoint, from a car going down Dixie Boulevard trying to appreciate the house standpoint. So the house as it sits now has no relationship to either of the 2 streets. And trust me, we thought long and hard about how to maybe perhaps orient it toward Northeast 5th Street, but that's not the primary street that it was intended to address. So we've positioned it where we're showing you in this slide. And actually, I'm going to back up a little bit. We are asking also to demolish some aftermarket additions that were made to the house over the years that we think are detrimental to the house itself. This is a resultant site plan with the historic house up on the right-hand portion of the slide and an addition to the south side of this slide. Again, everything orthogonal to North Dixie Boulevard. And again, we're the only resident on the cul-de-sac portion of the street. It's a park-like setting, basically, down at this end of the street, which we find very favorable and wonderful. Staff asked me to do about 18 different site plans, so I apologize. I've never done so many site plans in my life, but and here's one that they asked me to show that's in concert with our neighbor to the west. So that would be to the upper right-hand side because she has a driveway that's more than 50 feet away from us. But we thought we would show that just to show that we're not disrupting her property and nor her driveway. So staff likes to see imagery of the block. And so our proposed structure is on the upper row, far right-hand side. Our immediate neighbor is the house next to that. The immediate neighbor next to that is in the middle of the page, and so on and so forth. I threw onto this slide 2 other projects that I've done on the block that happen to be on the other side of the street. And those are Olga Adler's former home and Mrs. Tifford's home there in the middle of the page. So we're very low. The purpose of this is to show the massing, maybe, in context of what's existing on the lot. So we're very low slung. We're not proposing a 2nd story or a 3rd story. We're a 1-story home. And by the way, when we relocate the home, we're not raising it any more than what its finished floor is now. We're keeping it exactly at the same finished floor that currently exists. The prior owner was very interesting in that they had a relative, a young lady who was like dabbling with the house architecturally. She was obviously sort of studying things for her mother or her grandmother or whomever owned the home. And so we found some of her sketches that we found to be very helpful in the way we went about approaching the concept that Mr. Hazard wanted to put forward. So this is the demolition of the shaded areas are little tiny pieces of the existing house that we're choosing to ask for the right to demo. And the first is it's got a single car garage that is very unusable. You can barely get a car in it. And we'd like to take like 3/4 of that away. And then the little thing on the right was an aftermarket addition that was tacked onto the side of the house. We'd like to take that away. And there's been a bunch of things cobbled in the back of the property, which is at the bottom of this slide, that we'd like to also take away. And I don't think staff has any disagreement with what we're trying to do there. So we all know that this house was built in 1937, so this is 2025. So very young family, two children. Certain lifestyle demands certain spaces that a 1937 house never had. So we have to add those amenities onto the property and create the home that my clients are hoping for. We're going to take the existing home and we're going to vault all the ceilings within that home. It's a hand-framed home. We're going to make the interior of that home very vaulted and very natural and very old Florida in terms of the structure. And it's going to house only the kitchen, the dining, and the living room, and a small office. So it's we're going to completely repurpose what the original uses were within those spaces. The addition then will become the new master, the girls' 2 bedrooms, a TV and family area, a guest bedroom, and a 2-car garage. By code, we're obligated to contain and house 2 cars, not 1. So we are not proposing a 3-car garage or a 2.5. We're proposing a 2-car garage. And we've loaded that garage to the extreme west end of the lot and are taking full advantage of the existing driveway that we inherited. We're not changing the driveway into the site at all. So we think that that's a positive attribute to our design. This is a simple roof plan that we probably shouldn't spend too much time on. And so staff likes me to present the image of what's existing versus what's proposed. So on the top of these next few slides, you'll find the existing elevation. So this is a very, very unusual house, in my opinion. I've been doing this for 40 years, never seen a house framed like this, nor designed like this. It's got a main body right in the center of it, and 2 wings to either side. The one on the left is the useless sort of garage, and then the one on the right is the bedroom wings, believe it or not, which are very, very modest in size. Never seen a house like this in my life. So Department of Secretary of Interior Standards recommends that in presenting a presentation for the design of an addition to that structure, you're supposed to take those qualities that piece of architecture offers and not copy them, not mimic them, but complement them. So we're careful not to complement or exactly or replicate what we have, but we are of the opinion that we're supplementing the original piece with a similar piece of architecture, which is the image on the bottom. We're changing it all windows and doors, putting a brand new roof, finished roof on it. We're keeping the 2 wings of the original historic home. Again, eliminating the garage component from it and not allowing the new garage to face any public right-of-way. The garage door will not face Dixie Boulevard nor the South Street. So in this image, the garage door is to the far right on the bottom slide, and I'll show you in a different slide. But so this is our public facade now. Before, with the house on the angle that it sits on, it's a very obscured and unappreciable facade. So we're trying to address Dixie Boulevard. And this is the image that that is most important for that public persona. So I introduced transom windows to all new windows in the addition. So I'm doing that here as well. I'm reintroducing a wing onto the new addition to become a third wing, if you will, and complement those two on the original house. And the original photo that I started out with was of the front porch of the original house, and it really is where the only detail of the house exists. These crosshair column porch supports that are that we're going to highlight and make an homage to and bring over to the new addition, but in different ways, not in the form of columns. So moving around the house, this is the east elevation, top and bottom. We are going to introduce a pool into the site. And I can go back to the site plan and show you where that pool is if we wish. We're taking the rear of the house, which was anchored by a sunroom. We're taking off where all the cobbled on elements that are not original, and we're re-exposing the sunroom. We're going to use a little bit of conjecture in that we think we know what it must have looked like when it was built in 1935 or 1937. So we're going to bring that back.
Roger, you're running out of time.
Am I? I'll wrap it
You've
up.
actually run out of time. So,
Have I?
But if the board's okay with it, they can let you wrap it up.
I think I can wrap up in 4 minutes, maybe. If you 3,
Would you take 3?
I'll try to do it in 3. This is the rear of the house, with that sunroom that I just spoke of, where all the floor-to-ceiling windows are centered on the swimming pool. That's just out in front of it. Public will never see this. And we are fencing in the entire property and completely re-landscaping the property. Property is incredibly wild right now with overgrown landscaping, and we've been biting our tongue trying not to clear it, but we certainly will be taking all the exotics out of there. This is the elevation with the garage on it, and essentially facing Swinton Avenue, which is a couple of 100 feet away, but not exposed to either of the two primary residential streets. So the house is going to be all white. We've got a few shutters here and there. We've got a little bit of woodwork here and there. Standing seam roof that we'd like to put on it. Currently has a flat concrete tile. It's got a crazy salmon colored on it currently. We don't like that at all. We've got beautiful doors and windows that we're incorporating into the project. The young lady that I spoke of earlier designed an arbor that we're going to execute for her on her behalf, and we're going to put this out along the sidewalk, the public sidewalk that leads up to the front door of our historic house. And our neighbors are wonderful designs. This is our immediate neighbor. It's got a historic component to the right-hand side of this slide. She did an addition 10 years ago, which is most of the left-hand side of the slide. This is the house next to her. It's on a very, very wide lot, and I've shown this in my streetscape images earlier. This is the house next to that, and so on and so forth. That's the end of the slides. EJ, do you want to say anything at all?
You've hit your time limit. We're okay.
Both of us are available for any questions that either Michelle may have or you guys may have, and we thank you for your time. It's been a long road. We're happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Once again, Michelle Hewitt, and this is a certificate of appropriateness, relocation, and variances requests for 2 North Dixie Boulevard. Here we have an aerial with the subject property outlined in blue. North Dixie Boulevard is to the northwest of the structure, and then to the south is Northeast 5th Street. Some background: the contributing property is zoned R1AA and is within the locally designated Del Ida Park Historic District. The 1937 structure was designed in the masonry vernacular style, and according to the city building cards, yellow card, it originally contained a garage and open-air porch on the front of the structure with cement tile roofing, wood frame construction, and stucco on wood walls. The existing one-story, 1,393 square feet wood frame structure contained double wood posts with X detailing, a chimney, 6/6 hung wood sash windows with operable shutters, and composition shingles. This particular structure has an unusual configuration on the site due to North Swinton Avenue, North Dixie Boulevard, and Northeast 5th Street previously connecting at the southwest corner of the property. A cul-de-sac was created at the end of North Dixie Boulevard to assist with traffic calming for the neighborhood, which you can see where they previously connected and then that cut off for the cul-de-sac. Going through some images of the existing property. This is the what would have been the front of the property that would have faced the corner when all of the roads were connected. This is where the one car garage, that open air porch, and those X detailings are located on the southwest elevation. Here we have the side or northwest elevation. This doesn't directly face North Dixie Boulevard, but you can see it from North Dixie Boulevard. Here is the side or northwest elevation as well. This is towards the back half of the structure. This is the other side. This faces Northeast 5th Street. This is the corner there. We can see that garage on the left, and then the other side of the structure on the right. Here is the side as well as the structure here. And this is the northeast elevation. This faces the interior of the site. So the request before the board is for relocation of the existing structure on the site, 2,227 square feet. In additions, a total of 3,620 square feet, exterior modifications with ground level improvements, a variance to reduce the required 30 feet front setback to 22.6, and a variance to reduce the required 10-foot side interior setback to a range of 6'5" to 7'6". So here on the screen is the existing survey with the existing structure and its existing configuration highlighted in blue. This is the existing site plan. You can see the property line in red, and then of course the existing in blue. So here, with that first request is the relocation. You can see the building footprint, the outline, and then the proposed relocation in the shaded. You can see its change in orientation and siting on the property. And this is the proposed site plan. All of the red elements are new. The blue is the existing structure. There is a pool to be proposed in the rear, and then you can see that new widened motor court where the previous driveway was located. And then here we're just calling out the two variance requests. You can see how they are relative to the structure in the site, which I'll discuss later in the presentation. Here we have the existing floor/demolition plan, where you can see the existing building footprint, and then the darker brown or dark orange sections are to be removed, including that garage, portions of that garage, and some smaller additions that are proposed for demolition. This doesn't constitute more than 25% of the structure, therefore they didn't have to request a full demolition. This is the proposed floor plan. On the blue is the existing and red is the proposed. In this configuration, this would be facing North Dixie Boulevard, parallel to North Dixie Boulevard. And yes. And then this is the proposed roof plan, again, existing in blue and proposed in red. So looking at the elevations, on the top is the existing in blue. This is what would be the front. This is what would have been the front when all of the roads were connected. You can see the garage there on the left and that front porch. On the bottom is the proposed, where you can see the addition relative to the existing in blue. The modifications to the existing structure include a new bronze standing seam metal roof, new impact windows. Once the garage is proposed for removal, there'll be a new wall put in place, so that's why it's in red on the left there, and then of course the new addition on the right there. And this elevation here would be facing North Dixie Boulevard entirely. Here we have the existing side or northwest elevation on the top, and then on the bottom is the proposed side or northeast elevation. Those directions change because it's been relocated. And you can see again existing in blue and proposed in red. So again, the roof, the windows, any removed walls for the demolition, we've just highlighted in red so you can see where they have to enclose that. And then there's that pool on this bottom, on the left side that you can see. Here we have the existing rear or northeast elevation, this space interior to the site, and then with the relocation, it'll be near more so facing northeast 5th Street. Majority of the rear will be new, and they're exposing the enclosed sunroom and adding onto the roof on the back on the right there. And then you can see the pool at the bottom. And then here we have the existing side or southeast elevation, and then on the bottom is the proposed side or southwest elevation. This will be facing the corner, the bottom left corner of the site. And you can see the new 2-car garage that's proposed there and the new appearance of this elevation. Here we have a streetscape plan, as this is at the end of the block. They're on the far right, and then you can see the other structures that exist along the street. Okay. So these are the proposed colors and materials on the structure. The walls are to be painted Benjamin Moore China white. The columns, decorative elements, and doors are to be wood. The frames are proposed to be bronze. The standing seam metal roof is to be a darker bronze color. And then the shutters are proposed to be that navy blue color there. So here we have an excerpt from the Secretary of the Interior standards. There are a series of new elements that are being added that currently don't exist on the structure, including solid pane windows, bronze metal roofing, and heavy timber construction feature, which is currently not seen on the structure. There are concerns with the bronze color, as this isn't a color that would have been utilized on the structure, and nor is it commonly seen throughout the district or any of our districts. There is also concern with some of the proposed windows relative to the existing structure, as they are substantially larger and introduce new window types that don't exist on the structure, nor would they have been utilized on the structure. Specifically, the use of a transom window that's proposed on top of the single hungs. Again, as it doesn't exist in the contributing structure, nor is it considered appropriate for the masonry style, vernacular style. And they create a substantially larger appearance and is relatively out of scale compared to the existing structure. There are also concerns with the removal of the existing garage, as this is a primary feature of the front elevation and it's original to the structure. The removal also prompts a new facade change to the existing structure, creating a false sense of history, as this indicates that there previously was a connection between all three roads, and it's kind of storytelling in its place. Here we have a staff report excerpt regarding visual compatibility. The proposed relocation changes the position of the existing contributing residence, front door / facade to fully face North Dixie Boulevard. There are concerns with the modification as the contributing structure's original setting on the site faces North Swinton Avenue, where North Dixie and Northeast 5th Street originally intersected, which is important to the historic setting, as previously mentioned. Here is an excerpt regarding the visual compatibility, which discusses the concern about the windows and the substantially larger appearance. Here, we express concern regarding the overall size of the addition. While it is set behind the front wall plane, it's not located to the least public side of the building, particularly with the new relocation, thus impacting the front facade's appearance, and the size of the proposed structure is substantial compared to the main mass of the historic building. And then, of course, those other elements that I mentioned previously. So, what the request is the relocation of the existing structure on the site. Here are some excerpts regarding recommended and not recommended approaches to relocating structures. Not recommended approaches include removing or relocating buildings or landscape features that may destroy the historic relationship between the buildings and the landscape and its setting. So there's concern that it imparts an unnecessary potential risk to the structure, as the relocation is not for saving / preserving the structure. The relocation and reorientation of the residents may have a negative effect on the historic integrity of the site, the structure in the Del Ida Park Historic District, while creating a false narrative of the history of the area, as this is a very clear indicator of how the roads were previously laid out. So going into the variance requests, the request is to the front setback, where it's required 30 feet and they're proposing 22 foot 6 inches. This would be for the relocated structure along with the proposed addition. Here are the findings for the variance. So the existing structure as it is on the site is non-conforming at 15.3 feet, and their proposed front setback is 22 foot 6, where 30 feet is required. It will facilitate the construction of a one-story addition within the front setback. This particular lot within the Del Ida Park Historic District is an indication that the roads were once connected, and is reflected by the entrance of the subject property's orientation. While the variance would be allow an ability to accommodate an appropriate adaptive reuse and modernization of the historic structure, it could also be accomplished without relocating the structure within the setback or designing the new addition to encroach within them. The second request is to the site interior. 10 feet is required, where a range of 7'6" to 6'5" is proposed. Here are the variance findings again. So the existing site interior setback is 45 feet, and the proposed, as mentioned, is a range of 6'5" to 7'6". This would facilitate the relocation of the existing structure and rear modifications within the site interior setback. Due to the site's triangular shape, there are some constraints regarding setbacks. However, the existing structure is compliant with the site interior setback, so the proposed variance is not to preserve the existing structure's historic setting. The site does have special conditions and circumstances regarding the code requirements. It also has a special condition because of its historic setting and positioning on the site. The structure is being voluntarily relocated for the addition of more square footage and reorientation of the front of the structure. The site interior setback with new rear addition could accommodate the required setback, as they are being moved / constructed at their requested location. Here are the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation with the highlighted standards that were used to analyze the request. And the same here for the visual compatibility standards. And here are the certificate of appropriateness findings. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Any public comment, George?
George Long, 46 North Swinton Avenue. Well, I'm going to let you guys deal with the variances and the secretary's standard stuff like that. But when I see that house and that plan, I just want to grab it and turn it. And I want to tear off that old original garage that's poking out there towards the street. something needs to be done. That's really, and also considering the fact that Dixie Highway was cut off there and things like that. The whole thing is hard to put back into original historic context. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Am I allowed to speak, Michelle?
Of course.
Am I? Okay. Okay. I'm Kim Dwyer, and I live on the street, and I am related to a board member, so.
What's your address?
I live at 109 Dixie Boulevard. Okay, but I live on the street. I agree with George that I can't believe that garage is original, but you say it is because it looks like it's been tacked on. There's absolutely nothing of value to that garage. It's hideous. That's an opinion. I agree that the house looks like it needs to be turned. We live on Dixie Boulevard. We all love Dixie Boulevard, and this house is just awkward. The other thing I would ask that Roger should pay attention to is the way you're doing the new driveway. For some reason, the city included think that the sidewalk is a pass-through to get into the cul-de-sac, and they drive their cars over the sidewalk and trucks with the landscape crew. So something needs to be done because you can even see where they race down the street and try to take off through there with somebody chasing them. So I love the idea of turning the house, making it part of the actual streetscape, and getting rid of the ugly garage. What did I have in my notes? I think that's it. The only other thing I want to comment on is I know that there was a letter sent in, and I believe that I just can guess because I know everybody on the street. The house immediately to the next door to this did get a 5-foot variance to put their pool in. So there have been many variances given down this street. Olga Adler also got, that's a beautiful, beautiful historic project. She got variances for hers. So it's not unusual for someone on this street saving a house to get a variance. And I think that the house looks more historic and more original the way that Roger put it back together at the end there. I think that was it. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any rebuttal by the applicant, particularly with regard to some of the concerns expressed by the city?
Yes. There was a statement made that by the city that by moving the house it would suffer or be compromised in some sort of structural way. That's not. Is it possible? Yes. Is it likely? Absolutely not. Our house mover is Brownie Moving Company. They are extremely reputable. We've had to put engineering reports together. We've had to do a lot of documentation. We've done everything but crawl into the crawl space underneath the house. The house is built very well. That's the way they built things in 1937. This house is a prime candidate for being lifted and without any compromise whatsoever. You could even make the argument that once it's put back down wherever it's going, it'll be it then at that stage has to be tied down per 2025 code, so it'll be more secure in terms of windstorm type things. But so Brownie's moved everything at Sunny Village. Brownie's moved a house that you guys approved on Nassau Street. Brownie can move this house in his sleep without any compromise whatsoever. So should something happen during the move, we would call time out, meet with staff, have the chief building official come out and figure out what to do. It's an interesting thing, moving a house. In this case, we're not moving it off-site, we're keeping it on-site. So that helps in the degree of success that we're going to have. So
any other comments by staff that you
not by
would
staff,
rebut?
not by staff, but the 2 emails that were sent to you, you guys should read your emails a little bit more frequently. I know it's tough, but there were 3 variances given to our immediate next door neighbor, one of which was a side yard building setback, 2 of which were pool related. Removing the 2 pool related variances, she was requesting and was granted a side yard building setback reduction from 10 feet to 8 feet. And not you guys, but a previous board gave her that approval. Olga Adler at, I think, 19 North Dixie across the street.
I think Kelly's going to tell us at this point that precedents are not. Right.
Of course they're not. They're not. They're absolutely not. Absolutely not. And you should take them into consideration on a case-by-case basis. So, but the 2 setback variances that we're requesting are justifiable because we took the immediate block into consideration, and we didn't just pull these 2 setbacks out of our proverbial rear end. So thank you. No other rebuttal to staff. Staff did a great job.
I'm sorry, did you close the comments from us? I didn't hear you close the comments. I had a comment.
Come on up.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Tanya Olive. I live at 115 Dixie Boulevard.
Have you been sworn in, Miss Olive?
I don't know how to do that.
Giant.
You're about to learn.
So where are you in?
Well, I should have been sworn in because I built a house on the. So I
Oh,
no.
tonight.
You got to be sworn in tonight.
Oh,
I have a comment though. So she didn't.
it's just making sure you're just going under oath that your testimony is true today during the
okay.
quasi-judicial hearing.
And by the authority vested in me, the notary of the state of Florida, do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Jesus. I wanted to speak to one of the issues that came up with the challenge to the actual modification of the house on the site, and the question being that moving it or changing the location of the house on the site is somehow negates the historic or the history that the street used to run through to Swinton, and that there was an intersection between Dixie and Swinton and what is that? Fifth, yeah. And I think I understand that. I think that we can all understand that that was something that was here beforehand, but they've actually changed the entire framework of the end of our street. And I think what should take precedence at this point, and something that you might want to consider, is what that actually looks like at the end of the cul-de-sac. It does indeed look like a park. It does not in any way look like there was a street there. And so trying to maintain the idea that a street went through there and not recognizing that the house as it exists right now and the way it's tilted on the street makes it look like it doesn't even belong in the neighborhood. Like it doesn't fit on Swinton, it doesn't fit on the street behind us, and it doesn't fit on Dixie. And I think everybody on the street, there's a number of us here tonight, are so happy to see this being addressed, because that area is often used by people parking illegally, trying to pick up people at the church, people running through the cul-de-sac itself, speeding through, going over that area. And I think moving that house and recognizing that that street now ends there, even though it was historically, it went through to Swinton, it exists now.
Okay.
And we live on it. And I would like to see that street, I don't know, enclosed, and I think the house being moved and reoriented on the street would do that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Robert Osinoff. I live at 101 Dixie Boulevard. While precedent is not a reason for doing something going forward, I understand that, but Dixie Boulevard has gone through, in many of the houses, a lot of challenges in order to respect the historical integrity of the house while the house being practical for the new users who would occupy the house. And I think that's the case here. I agree with Kim that I'm a little concerned about how the driveway will affect pedestrian use of the street. But I think reorienting the street and having it join with the rest of the block is a very laudatory challenge, and I definitely support it. I think that some of the things that are brought up and some of the more technical elements of it, as with many of the houses on the block, we have to take into consideration the fact that this is to be used by somebody in 2025, not 1934, and I think that should be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's go to the board. Roger?
I'll make it very brief. I'd just like the opportunity to rebut the final public comment. We don't understand necessarily the dynamics that they're describing on the concerns of the driveway, and we tried very hard not to have any negative impact on it. We're completely willing to take whatever those concerns are into consideration and modify our driveway to still fit our needs and maybe resolve whatever it is that can help the neighborhood. The drive is a little wider than it needs to be for a single family property, and we're willing to narrow it up or do whatever it might take to help in that regard. But we're presenting our project as drawn tonight, but in the future we'll work to improve that driveway.
All right. Now let's go to the board.
I think staff has the ability to cross-examine
okay.
or rebut.
Thank you. So, a few notes. I want to thank Ms. Dwyer for bringing up, and Ms. Olive, other neighbors bringing up the issue of landscape trucks crossing the grass. I wrote it down as definitely something that needs to be enforced. So we will look into that. Perhaps there's a solution that the city can offer with respect to some kind of traffic calming device or something. So thank you so much for telling us that. With respect to Mr. Cope's rebuttal of staff, I don't want to rebut and go back and forth, but I do want to make sure that I note anytime you have a relocation, there can be concerns. Anytime you lift a building and remove it off its foundation. We're putting it in the staff report to note, as we would with any relocation, and there is a bond that goes in place. So that can, if there is some kind of damage, there is a responsibility of the property owner and their construction team to immediately notify the chief building official. So it's more a matter of, identifying this in the report so that you all know we acknowledge this and there's a process. But the secondary piece of what Ms. Hewitt was noting isn't solely limited to the concern of the building being damaged or integrity being damaged. It's the integrity of the contributing status that we've highlighted throughout the staff report that comes along with any move that happens. Some of our purists would say moving a building is absolutely not acceptable, but now we're in a place where moving buildings is more acceptable and it's happening more frequently for sea level rise. So the concern more about the integrity being affected as a result of the move is in concert with the addition. The historic resource surveys happen every 5 to 10 years where we reassess should a building remain as a contributor. And what we're concerned is that the proposal could result in this structure becoming a non-contributor. So I just wanted to make that note, and thank you so much.
Okay. You're on.
Hey, wow. Well, first of all, I want to take credit for getting the street blocked off, because at the rate of speed I used to drive through here in the 80s was appalling. So as a teenager, you take a right down Dixie coming off of Swinton and full speed. So I actually, when they blocked it off, I was a little disappointed, but I completely understand why that happened.
But you did change your ways, right?
Somewhat. I don't drive a 79 Dodge Magnum anymore. This one to me is really interesting. I do have some concerns with the variance on the east side. I think the relocation, the site relocation is appropriate, and I think the front setback is appropriate. It doesn't. It's well within the. It's a non compliant structure now as regards to the front setback. So I think this was a creative take on it. I do have a concern on the east variance. I don't have a concern on the northwest variance as much. I like the fact that the overall stature, the overall height is relatively modest. It's roughly the same as it is now. I do like the fact that they're saving, for the most part, the front of the most of the original facade. I'm a little concerned about the garage that's being removed there, and that is going to change the overall look of the front facade. But I understand completely why that's being done as well, and that's for us to discuss. So in the grand scheme of things, I think the majority of what's being proposed is very appropriate, but I think we need to maybe talk about a couple of the details here. I think the secondary, or the addition, is going to be clearly differentiated from the original structure in terms of architecture and scale. But it's kind of a strange lot there. And I don't think that because it faced Swinton at one point and Swinton was open to Dixie is a good enough reason not to allow an internal move on the site. So I just like to hear what everybody else has to say.
Okay. Chris?
Let's go. Overall, I think the composition of the design is very nice, and it fits into the standards of what I think they go for, is to have a structure that feels like it's part of the structure, but you can clearly see that it's something that's been added to. It was mentioned the windows were concerned by staff, and I can see that. They are much larger. By having that pane above the window, it just adds in the elevations it's white and then black, right, the window. So I wonder if there was a rendering, if that would have been helpful to see, but since we don't have it, I'm noticing the large windows, and that is a big change, and that does feel like it doesn't fit the overall character. But the height of the roof line, the other styles does fit. So that's one concern I have about the window size. The variances, it was interesting. I had one idea before, then I got the emails that I didn't get in my email, so I had to read it here. The neighbor to the east has a concern about the reduced setback, and just looking at the aerial, that property is much smaller than this one, so I'm not going to speculate to why a variance was given for that property, because that's what it says in this letter, and I'm gonna think that that's correct. So I do have a concern about this larger property having to push to that side, just in hearing the neighbor's concern. John said he wasn't so concerned with the variance to Dixie, and I wonder if other properties are also closer, so it just creates a consistent sort of look. I'm okay with the garage being removed. It does look like that, and it just seems like it doesn't fit, so I think it actually is an improvement to take it off. Maybe it could have been a carport or something else. Maybe that would have looked like a more historic element. That wasn't proposed, so I can only imagine what that would have been like. So the two concerns are the windows and the eastern variance.
Peter?
Yes, overall, I have a vested interest since I live on the street, so I'm in favor of the project's concept. I think turning the house makes a lot of sense. The variance is, well, the one on Dixie is actually an improvement. I think
Peter, I just want
Yes.
to stop you for a second, but you just said vested interest, so I just want to make sure, like, you don't,
No,
you don't
that's
think that
not-
there's
I
any,
don't.
like, financial or
No.
special interest that you have in this property moving
That's the
forward?
wrong choice of words. So
Okay.
I have a personal
figured,
interest,
but I just
interest from an aesthetic
wanted-
standpoint, having lived on the street for a long time. It's nice to see the improvements going forward. So I'm in support of the variances. I'm also in support of the turning of the structure and the addition. I think it's a modest addition. It's, I think, 2,200 square feet that's being added to the structure, if that's correct. And a pool is a great idea. So there's a lot to fit in this site for a modern family with 2 kids, and would be a nice addition to the neighborhood. I'm struggling with the transom windows a little bit on the addition. It would be nice to have a rendering without them just to see how it fits in. But it does distinguish the new structure from the old very clearly. So I'm in support overall, but the windows are interesting. Thank you.
You know, I also struggle a little bit with the variance next to the neighbor, and the windows are a concern. But the front of the house, and I think moving the structure makes a whole lot of sense. The existing the situation with the streets is different today than it was then. That house wouldn't have been built the way it was built if the streets had been like they are today. My biggest concern is that the front exterior of the house, to me, looks nothing like the original structure. I think it loses the feel and the integrity of what the original structure was. One of the speakers said something about an ugly garage, and I think you're right. It's an ugly garage, but it was a significant part of the exterior of that house. I'm not sure that I can, in my role on this board, remove it because I think it's ugly. I think that my consideration has to be, are we maintaining the integrity of what was originally there? And if the garage was part of that original structure, I have some issue with removing it. Maybe there's a way to do a homage of some way to that original garage that doesn't exist in the drawings today, that maybe something could be done to at least reflect what the original structure looked like.
Along those lines, the new construction there, which I guess is to the east, does have sort of an homage to the garage in terms of the slanted roof. So maybe that could be highlighted, that could be moved forward or something to do that. My concern is the Secretary of Interior guidelines talk about secondary and subordinate when adding a new construction. And this, to me, looks like it's hiding the historic portion and really not in any way secondary and subordinate with the new. I think that's partly the height, that's partly the scale. The windows are, to my eye at least, very different to the windows that were there, even if you strip away the shutter part of it. So That's my concern. And I am also a little bit concerned about that side variance. So, Roger, could you just address that a little bit, particularly the secondary and subordinate?
And while he's getting up here, I mean, a rendering, a proportional rendering, I think would have helped here to kind of see what you see when you come down. But I'm assuming the roof peak on the original structure is probably more forward towards the street than the roof peak of the secondary.
Yes, it is.
But was I correct in that the roof peak of the new construction is actually higher?
A few inches higher.
A few inches?
Yes, Jim.
Boy, I guess I have a very sharp eye.
But if I can address maybe the subordinate aspect of the question. We positioned the new addition beyond the front building plane of the home, of the existing historic home, and not by a foot, not by 6 inches, by 5 or 6 feet. So, I mean, these images in my elevations are all two-dimensional in nature, and so you can't appreciate maybe the depth, but there is a depth differential. So, and being subordinate is very subjective. But I would contend that our addition is subordinate in terms of its position on the site and its relationship with the front building plane of the original home. And to the point of the garage, I think we are paying an homage to the existing garage. At first, we were considering removing the entire garage and extending the front porch across where it once was, and we spent a month and a half studying the pros and cons of that, and we kept coming back to trying to save as much of the massing of the garage as possible. So we kept about a third of it, and we're going to raise the floor within it and make it a little tiny part of the home office. And last but not least, and I'll wrap it up very quickly, the setback on our east.
You're really just responding to Mr. Chard's question, so I'd ask.
Jim, didn't you ask me something about the setback on this
The
east?
setback in the garage.
Yes. So the setback issue is, I'll wrap up with that. We're seeking a 7'6" relief, not a 6'5". I'm splitting hairs. And it's 7'6" because that's what 90% of all residential single-family home zoning districts have now. 10 feet in this area is what's on the books, but we set it at 7'6". Our neighbor to our east, her home along that same common property line, her existing home is 6'4" from that property line. And it's non-conforming. She didn't create it. When she bought the house, it was where it was, but it's 6'4" from the property line, not 10 feet. But when she made the additions to her home, she sought a 1 foot reduction from, 2 foot reduction from 10 to 8. So we're at 7'6". It's exactly what Mrs. Tifford got at 125.
Could we just look at the site plan again?
Site plan?
Right. That one. Is there any reason that the addition can't be pulled back further from the front plane?
The addition to the left?
Well, I haven't gotten to the side yet, but I'm talking the addition. I mean, you say it's 5 or 6 feet back. I'm not sure where you're measuring that from. But
The dimension's right there. I thought you were concerned about the east side yard.
Well, I am, but I'm also concerned about the secondary and subordinate because if you could bring the front plane back further from the original.
I would say we brought it back as far as we could without losing the ability to give the addition that this young man and his family need to live in modern 2025 standards. You know, it is setback. Therefore, it is subordinate, in our opinion.
As you point out, it's a subjective.
Jim, as you know, we could have gone 2 stories.
We can't go back and forth about this. If you have another question, then.
Okay. Well, the other question was the side setback, and I think Roger addressed that one.
We tried very hard not to come to you with a 2-story solution. I'll say that.
So, I mean, I consider the addition setback as subordinate. I mean, it could be, if it's 5 feet here, you could make it 6 or 7 feet, or you could do it 2 or 3 feet. Technically, it's still subordinate because it is set back. Yes. So, you know, if you left the garage sticking out another 10 feet, you're going to be you're going to be right up to the street on that, and I think that would look completely inappropriate. You know, my concern again still is that east variance, because and I understand, Roger, you're trying to get as much square foot out of this as you can without going up, but encroaching into a setback when this is all new construction over here to the west of it, to me, is not justified in this. So I think it's, yeah, they got it, so I want it. I understand that as well, but I don't know if that's appropriate here in my mind. The front, like I said, I'm completely okay with.
I just look at that and it just seems like it dwarfs the original structure.
Well, again, that's a flat.
I understand too.
That's what we got to work from.
Yeah, but you look at the site plan also, and you see it is pulled back, and the building peak is pulled back. Not that much, but it is. And as you come down Dixie, you are going to see the original structure first, and then you loop around. So, and there is no allowance here for any. Fifth is going to be completely walled off, right? There's not going to be any exit or entrance on Fifth. Just want to confirm that.
Right.
Okay. Well, we have to make a vote on this, or
Well, I agree with you on the east setback. I think when you're moving the house, you have the ability to put the house where it needs to be, and it's, you know, I think that's the one area where the whole. I guess it would be interesting to know what the other setbacks are for the whole neighborhood. Is it 10 feet for all these properties?
Michelle, could you please go to an aerial? I'm glad you asked, because I think it's important. This works, yeah. It's important to talk about. So I think that there is some merit to the argument that the applicant's making, but also obviously I think there's merit to the analysis that staff has done. But interestingly, the part of the neighborhood between Swinton Avenue and Northeast 2nd Avenue is generally the R1AA zoning. East of 2nd Avenue, you have RO zoning and RL. If you're developing a single family house in the RL zoning, you use the R1A standards, which you would have a 7.5 foot setback. For Dixie Boulevard, I understand why R1AA is applicable, because generally the lots are bigger. So you would want to see a greater expanse of space between houses from lot to lot, hence the 10 foot setback, having larger homes, you would have a 20-foot open area between houses. But if you were to travel a little bit to the east, where the lots are more narrow, you have a more narrow setback requirement over there for single family. So it's a analysis that we've kind of looked at. Should we change? Should we address this? It historically has been like this with the bigger lots. So there's no move to revise and have, R1A zoning as a swath across all of it. The R1AA is in place because of the size of the lots. Generally, because you can see on this aerial right at the top of the screen, there's a very narrow lot. So if that narrow lot, that house on the narrow lot came in where there's a historic home, they have a special circumstance with the size of the property, where 10-foot setback would leave so little space to build a new structure. On the bigger lots, like you can see on, two over from this one, or 125, 115, even Mr. Dwyer's lot, Mr. Ostinoff's lot across the street, those are bigger lots. But then directly across from this 19 Dixie Boulevard is a small lot with a mission house on it, and she may have gotten some variances. So it's a case-by-case analysis that we do as staff, and that you're reviewing as a board. I can't say that it's consistent across because of the unique nature. I spoke earlier about Delida Park, and this will be the last thing I say, that was platted with a 20-foot wider road right-of-way on this diagonal, to kind of give that idea of more of like the prominence or the provenance of the street.
Thank you.
Houses set back the way they are.
Yeah, that's good information. I guess the constraint this property does have is its shape, its odd shape, and how it cuts off the ability to square off the back angle, which would add square footage. So now thinking of that is a restraint that maybe that the client has to, or the owner has to think about. So yeah, it's a tough call.
But if you look at what I'm calling the site plan, it could be moved. There's plenty of space below that where it could be moved to gain that up to 10 feet. As you say, as long as you're moving it, you can place it wherever you want.
Well, I think they would have to reduce some of the rooms in the addition to be able to shift that down, so they would lose their square footage. I'm not sure how much.
I don't think they would.
Just for you guys' reference, like if you look at page 20 and 21, those are the variance findings, just so you know where, like Michelle was addressing, if there's a special circumstances stance on the lot or things like that. So I just wanted to kind of point you to them so you know what you're looking at for that.
Michelle Hewitt put them on screen as well.
All right, well, at this point, I think we've talked through it. I don't know if you want to make a vote, or Roger, are you willing to?
I think that's a question.
Yeah.
We do think we have special circumstances. We have two public rights of way that have an impact on our setbacks. We have a front yard setback like everybody else on the block has. We have an internal side yard setback that everybody else on the block has. We have a rear like everybody else has, but we have a side street setback in the back that's 15 feet that nobody else has except for the two ends. So we do have special circumstances, and
point that out up here, the 15 foot.
At the bottom of the image, there's a 15-foot side street setback that the code mandates, and we're down there. We're abiding by that.
That's where I think Jim was talking about pulling it back.
We can't.
Right.
I can't.
That would require another.
I can't. So
Unless you do a variance there.
I don't want a variance there. and Jim, I'm asking for a variance on the historic piece of the house. What can I'll throw this out at you. You see the 1 foot bump out up there on the right hand side where the former garage is, way up there. That is cantilevered out, doesn't even go down to the ground. And so the variance distance off of the property line should not be relative to that, but we're totally willing to lop that off the project if that makes you feel a little bit better, and we'll pick that foot up and make it seem a little bit wider than normal. But we're surrounded, again, by a park-like setting that is unusable by 90% of everybody else. I don't think we should have 20 feet between our house and our neighbor. We've got all that area completely around 3/4 of the other side of the property. It's a beautiful end of the cul-de-sac. We've spent a lot of time trying to figure out where to set this house, and happy to get rid of that 1 foot.
Of the building, not on the setback. The overhang.
Of the building.
Yeah.
Just that little bump out, you're saying?
Yeah.
If
So
that
seven
pleases
and a
you.
half is to that point?
No,
So
that's 6.5.
it's 6.5, okay.
So it would be consistent 7.5 from front to back.
7 foot 7.
And the
A block
fact that
away.
there is a 15-foot on the back side does make me a little more sympathetic to this, in the sense that you can't really lower it down there a little bit. And I was just assuming that it was 10 there, but I see that's now 10 probably on the bottom line, and then 15 the one line up.
We have 4 different setbacks.
Mr.
Front, back,
Cope.
side.
Thank you.
All right.
It's a tough one. The next block has the 7.5 setback, right?
Yes.
So it's a tough one. How about the windows? Did we hear everyone's concern on that? Are we okay with how those are?
I have problems with those windows.
Yeah, I'm not happy with the windows. And again, it's in relation to the other. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not happy with the windows, and it's because of, again, the relationship between the addition to the original structure.
If the applicant removed the transom, those are the top pieces, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would we be more comfortable? Would that
I don't
fit
know if
these
you want to do
standards?
a quid pro quo or anything like that. That's not really.
Is that something that staff?
It's not really a
can talk
trade-off.
about?
I think if they wanted to remove the transom on that, nobody's going to argue with it. Up here, anyway.
I'd like to hear staff when you're done.
It was really hard for us to analyze without a rendering. A black line drawing, it's always not in favor for the applicant to do a black line drawing, because what you see in a rendering can look so different. As far as the windows are concerned, the existing windows don't have transoms. Is that a far departure? I mean, we identify the issues with windows in the staff report.
Is the base floor elevation the same through this whole thing?
I think you just asked me a question.
Different question, Roger.
Totally willing to reduce the size of the transom. Completely willing.
Reduce it as opposed to take it out completely.
I'd
You'd
rather
still-
not. It allows so much more natural light into each space that.
Okay, if he is asking you a question, you can come to the podium to respond to it,
Walking
Mr.
the
Cope.
other direction.
I mean, I'm not.
I was saying if he is asking you a question, you can.
Yeah,
You're
Roger-
welcome to come
Roger,
up
I
to
do
the
have a
podium
question
to
for you.
speak
So,
to it.
I
I was just saying come closer.
Generally, we don't want to design from up here or anything like that. But if the transoms are giving heartburn when this, what are you proposing by reducing them by half, or what's your proposal?
Listen, we have interior designers on the team. We have his wife. We have children. We're trying to bring natural light into this home, which is not what people were trying to do in 1937. Every historic project that I present to you guys, I introduce transoms to the new addition when I'm joining a new addition onto an existing home. Every time. You've approved them over and over. They're a classic way to distinguish between old and new. I
think they're only asking you if you were proposing something different to the transom, what would it
I'm
be?
happy to reduce them in height. I'd rather not eliminate them. They have impact on the interior environment that I'd rather not take away from him.
Okay.
I think
we got it.
And,
I think we got it.
And Michelle, from the perspective of staff, is that something that can be changed, like, as a condition, I guess?
I think on the fly, it's hard to know what it's going to look like.
Okay, well, then I wouldn't recommend it be put in as a condition. If you're gonna make that change, then it needs to be a continuance with direction. If they're not able to see it, it's not a change that could be made like that.
So we can vote, or we can vote to continue.
Roger, an applicant, would you go along with the continuance?
No.
You would-
We spent 2 years getting to this point. We'll reduce the transoms. Tell me what you want. That's it. We can drop them, and if that appeases you, I'll drop them by 50%. Whatever you want.
Or we'll delete them.
We'll delete them. You want them deleted? We'll delete them.
They can go
May I
away.
say something?
But you're negatively affecting the architecture.
I would like staff to comment on whether this is something that could be done in a continuance. You know, if they're willing to delete them, I guess. Is that?
I think I'm hearing that there's, across the board, there's more issues than just transom windows. So I feel like maybe you should all reaffirm what your concerns are and together, because it feels like you've talked about a few things and then moved to another. And if the issue is simply transom windows and nothing else, then you I guess could put a condition on reducing transoms. But I've heard secondary and subordinate. I don't know if you said least conspicuous side or if that was in my brain, the visual compatibility standard. I just heard a number of different things, the variance, we've talked through that. So maybe you talk through that again and see where you're at, if there's like combined agreement on anything, if it is direction, because I don't necessarily know how that works, Kelly, if you have to have the agreement of the applicant for continuance, or if they can continue, or do they have to deny and then do it on appeal? I don't know how that works.
So it's not mandatory to have the continuance, but there's no reason, like, if they want to vote on it so that they can take the action to appeal it to the city commission. I mean, there's if you were to deny it, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to put words into your mouth, but like, it doesn't really make sense to continue it with direction if you don't have the applicant's agreement on that and they want a vote on it.
Well, I heard them want more of the vote tonight than to hold the transoms as they are. And could we all sort of agree on reducing the transom by half?
Well, I was going to make a motion to recommend approval with the condition that the transom windows on the new addition are either reduced by half or eliminated, and let that choice be up to the applicant.
I would second that.
Okay.
If you're okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
And staff, is that something, if that's the only condition, is that something that staff is comfortable with it being executed that way?
If that's what the board wishes to do, yeah.
The only other thing I thought of is if they could come back with renderings and showing the neighbor's house in the rendering, I think that would be helpful. I know other projects have. It's just something that I thought that could be helpful. Now
It would be
prolongs
helpful.
everything.
I think it would be onerous at this point, in my opinion.
I think so too, and it's all overgrown at this point.
All right.
So you're going to do that?
Sure. I'd like, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move approval of Certificate of Appropriateness 2024-257, relocation and variance request for the property located at 2 North Dixie Boulevard. Delita Park Historic District by finding that the request and approval thereof is consistent with comprehensive plan and meets criteria set forth in land development regulations, subject to the following conditions: that the transom windows in the addition on the northwest elevation are either reduced in height by half or eliminated.
And I'll second that motion.
Any discussion or questions? Diane?
Okay. Carol Perez is absent. Chris Cabezas.
Yes.
Peter Dwyer.
Yes.
Ezra Krieg.
No.
Vadra Mukasku is absent. John Miller.
Yes.
Jim Chard.
Yes.
Nobody wants to stay for the
May I
rest?
ask who seconded? Do you remember?
Yes, Peter did. Peter did.
We have a long meeting.
Do you want to take? Mr. Chair, do you want to take maybe a 5-minute break while everybody's clearing out and, give everybody a second to stretch their legs? Okay. Sorry, we're going to take a 5-minute break, okay?
No, you're not talking, Mike. Go sit down. No, you're not filibustering. Please, go sit down. I've had enough filibustering.
All right, we go to the next item on the agenda.
Okay. I'd like to enter the in lieu request 2025-134 into the record. It's an in lieu parking request for 27 South Swinton Avenue, also known as Swinton Social. The agent, Jennifer, is here, along with the owner, Anthony Schaefer. Grab your presentation.
Any conversations beforehand?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I visited the site.
You did a lot of site visiting for this, Mike.
None.
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 Okay. So as Katerina said, my name is Jennifer Mattiello Ferrara. I am the owner's agent for Icon Development Group and Anthony Schaefer, presenting Swinton Social, the in lieu of parking fee request. So our subject site is 27 South Swinton. It is 4 structures contributing historic in the Oshad district, which we have approvals from the site plans back in 2011 and 2012. We are not amending any site plans with this. Everything that was conditional previously approved will be met. The only item that we are presenting before the board is the parking in lieu. Our original site plans required, the parking calculations require 53 parking spaces. We have 7 on site, which 2 are ADA right in the front and 5 are parallel parking in front of the site. We also have an additional location at 104 Southeast 104 Southeast Avenue, First Avenue, where we have 26 spaces. Hold on, I'm trying to find that. Go back. It is an off-site, but unity of title as part of on-site parking. So we are able to fit 26 spaces in that lot, which is currently vacant, and with the 7 on site that we have already, we have 33 spaces. So we are requesting a fee in lieu of parking for the 20 additional spaces that we have exhausted every resource trying to accommodate the parking within the radius that's required by the city. We were unable to source any other leasing or purchasing of any land that we would be allowed to utilize for parking. And the other thing is that even though the site plan will be creating 3 additional on-street parking spaces by amending what's existing to the proposed, because we're removing current existing driveways for the structure, we're not asking that those be credited to us in place of paying the fee. So we will be creating 3 new additional parking spaces that were not previously there for the city to use for public parking, and yet we are still requesting the 20 spaces to pay the fee in lieu of. We do meet the regulations, the LDRs, by being a historic contributing property in the Oshad district. We are not demolishing any part of any structure, and we are adaptively reusing what is existing to accommodate the proposed site plan. I think that's it. Okay, thank you.
So this is for 27 South Swinton Avenue, Swinton Social. This is an in lieu of parking request. So you'll notice there's a very extensive history about the property. I'm not going to go into all of it. I'm just going to be very brief. This property is located within the Old School Square Historic District. It contains lots 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 of block 69. And it's 0.74 acres. On this site, there are existing four one-story frame vernacular single-family residents that were constructed between 1937 and 1950. They have been vacant for a number of years. So here we can see on site the location of 27 South Swinton. This is the main site location with the 4 historic structures. A little bit south on block 70, you'll see 104 Southwest 1st Avenue. That is the location of an approved valet lot within the site. So let's see. In November of 2024, November 1st, 2024, the applicants did submit a level 1 site plan, and that was to modify the site to include, let's see, I guess that'll be fine, spaces to the rear of the site. There is an alley that is to the east of it, on the back of 27 South Swinton. However, when the modifications to the site came in, they were only able to include 16 parking spaces in that rear alley. So they were still short 4 of the required spaces. In December 10th of 2024, the City Commission approved a resolution 14-24, which amended the in lieu parking regulations. The applicants then came back in February 18th to resubmit, and to which they requested the additional 20 spaces that they needed for the site of the 53 spaces. Okay, so this is a brief history. Included in the approvals for 2011 and 2012, there was a waiver that reduced the parking on site for 27, well, I guess it was originally 24 to 43 South Swinton Avenue, on site from the 53 required spaces to the 33 spaces. So 20 parking spaces being located from some off-site parking lot. The 26 spaces that were approved were located on the 104 site, and then they had the additional 7 spaces that were on site. Okay, and I'm just going to give a couple photos of the existing site today. So this is the overall site of 27 South Swinton. So here we can see the 4 structures. And then I'm just going to go individually. This is the first structure on the site. This is the first structure on the north side. This is the second structure. This is the third. And this is the fourth. So this is their parking site data table. As I previously discussed, they do have 7 spots currently on site within the 27 South Swinton property. They did get approved for the valet site. That's the 104 Southeast First. They are required the 53 spaces, so they're requesting the 20 in lieu spaces. Okay, this is the site of 27 South Swinton. So we can see where the 7 approved spaces are located. So they have 2 ADA and then 5 standard parking spaces. This is the approved site on 104. And here we can see the 26 standard parking spaces that are available for valet. Okay, so these are some LDR codes, which it notes that the in lieu parking is essentially an incentive for historic preservation. It's mostly to keep a modest scale of the area, and it's to encourage revitalization and the adaptive reuse of historic structures. So essentially what the approved site is going to be used for. So the site is contributing within the Old School Square Historic District. And according to LDR 469 G3D, we can see that non-residential properties, which this has been adaptive reuse for spa and restaurant. This was previously approved in 2011. They are allowed to request their entire parking site for in lieu. So they're not asking for all the 53 spaces. They're just asking for the 20. But according to the LDR, they could technically request the their entire required parking.
And that's the new in-law, allows 100% in lieu
For historic.
for historic alone?
Well, I guess it's non-residential, but it's for use for conversions, expansion of outdoor use areas, and in addition, resulting in buildings that are no more than 2 stories in height. So this would apply to this property. The approval has the existing 1-story structures, all 4 of them. They are being used for adaptive reuse, and they're not building up. So the entire site's still going to continue to be 1 story. And they're revitalizing all the structures. So there'll be small additions, but for the most part, all of the 4 structures are going to be restored. Okay, and this is just sort of an FYI, just with the location of the site. We know Sunday Village is located to the west of the site on across from Swinton. To the south is also a property for Sunday Village, and then we can see to the east of the property, one is an existing parking garage, that's the Federspiel garage, and then we have the approved Sunday Village site for Block 69, which was approved for a 4-story parking garage. So just an FYI for parking purposes, this is where the site is located. Okay, so this was the improved in lieu area. So according to the map, the property located at Swinton Social is located in area 2. So we can see, I know it's kind of small, but it's in the yellow area on the map right here. And it's got both locations of their approved sites. Okay, and then per resolution 80-24, the in lieu parking fee in area 2. So there's different fees, so we can see what the fee is for this specific area. I've included some elevations. These were originally approved back in 2011 and 2012. And these are the findings for the in lieu request. So you'll note finding A, it notes that, let's see, I'm trying to read better, but thank you. Historic properties technically are exempt from this request, so they don't really need to meet this finding. For B, let me see. Just want to grab my notes. Okay, so for B, it discusses the preservation of historic structures, allowing its use, adaptive reuse, expansions that we previously discussed about maintaining the less than 2 stories for the site. So they do meet that, which was previously approved. That is the only. And then for B3, they also meet this finding with regards to the adaptive reuse and expansion of an existing building. They are revitalizing all 4 structures. They were originally residential, so they'll be used for restaurant and spa use, and they're building everything within the 1-story height, so B3 also applies. And then with regards to C, there's no proposed demolition for the site, so that particular finding is not applicable. They are restoring all the structures, there's no demolition, and they will be preserving the structures. We did bring this before the Parking Management Advisory Board on April 29th, and they did approve a recommendation to the board. Okay, these are site plan technical items, and that concludes my presentation.
What's the total amount on the in lieu payment?
It is.
260,000 or something.
Did you hear that? Okay.
263?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any public comment?
$600.
George Long, 46 North Swinton Avenue. I think this is great. There's no, I can't think of any reason why you wouldn't approve this, and I could think of a lot of reasons why you could, and why this whole site is so important. We've got 4 historic buildings now facing the Sunday Village, I would say restored buildings. Yeah, it's just perfect. These are 1 story, and there's and then behind them it's 1 story. We don't have anything sticking up there in the air or looking ugly. It's just absolutely perfect. And also, I'm in the same zone that they are when it comes to in lieu parking. So I approve of this. and
we'll take that as a
Let's go on
consideration.
for one more minute. Every time I drive down there for the last couple of years, I keep thinking, I hope they keep those buildings. Please keep those buildings. I guess they would have to anyway, but historic district. But it's a really good thing.
Okay. Any rebuttal of staff or public comment?
The only thing that I have to say is that in regards to the November site plan modification that we attempted to create those spaces along the alley, upon further investigation and with the regulations, the land use planner that we had engaged to draw those did not adhere to the proper spacing. So in fact, with the angles and the actual distance, we were not able to realize that whole 16 spaces, which is why we went back to the in lieu for the full 20.
Can I say that we meet every regulation that there is, even the ones.
Can you speak into the mic?
I'm sorry. My name's Anthony Schaefer. I was earlier sworn in. My office is at 23 South Swinton. I grew up in Palm Beach County. And I just want to say we actually meet every regulation, even the ones we're exempt from, except for being in West Delray. We can't actually meet that one. Other than that, though, you know, there have been times where there were issues where prior to my involvement in this project, there was a fire in 43 South Swinton. When I put it back together, within 20 minutes of hearing from the board or the staff, not the board, from the staff that there was a problem, it was fixed. We tried to make it as aesthetically adherent to the code, even though it wasn't a final, that we're going to have to take it all down and put it back up again. I think that with the staff, our correspondence with them has been, we've put forth the maximum effort possible to try to fit in and be part of the community rather than trying to stand out. So that's it. Thank you.
Comment?
Just to follow up on the comment that Mr. Schaefer made about when they purchased the property, they inherited a code enforcement violation, was reissued once they purchased it, relating to the most southern building that had caught on fire. We did tour that building. It was like the inside of a charcoal grill, and I'm not exaggerating. It was very, very, very bad. I actually would like to have an opportunity to come see it finished, but they did go in and fix the interior of that building in order to meet the requirements of the maintenance code. So I just wanted to make sure I addressed exactly what that was about. That was their first order of business when they took ownership.
Ezra?
I just want to echo what George said. I think it's terrific that those buildings are there, and I think this is a great use of in lieu parking.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is, we had a discussion in prior board meetings about the in lieu, and I think this is the perfect example for the reason that we have it for historic properties, to maintain the characteristic and to really incentivize this type of work. So I think that's amazing. And the fact that they could have asked for the full 53 spaces, but they have another lot that they will use, I think that just is a great addition to, to show that they're willing to help out with parking. This might be a very popular Social club looks really great. I think I want to become a member. And isn't there parking garages across the street being built? Is that open to the public? I forget. If that.
Yeah.
You're talking about in
Sunday
For
Village,
Sunday Village, yes. So the garage at the bottom, that was approved, but I believe that they have an arrangement. It's for an office, so I believe it's open after hours, after office hours.
I see. So during the day it wouldn't be available.
Well, they also have parking on their other parcels.
There are limitations. I don't remember. It could be after hours, like after 5. There was a parking agreement, correct?
I forgot about the parking agreement.
So I'm not really sure what the hours are, but that is a public-private garage.
Yes.
So it may be more broad.
Yes.
On
I forgot about
the
parking
days and hours, but there is an availability. It is under construction, or they're preparing the site. And then there's also the Feddersfield parking garage, which you see at the north end of the on the top of the screen here, which is a public garage as well with some availability. With that said, that's something that the PMAB reviews, you're reviewing, and City Commission will review and discuss too, is, what is the availability of parking in our garages. There's a study that was done, the Commission's very familiar with it, about the actual usage rates. So, yeah.
Also, the City Hall parking and the CRA parking, which is within the radius.
Okay.
As far as this section of the code, it actually doesn't apply to the historic district anymore. For the in lieu, I mean, you guys are welcome to think about where they can park and that kind of stuff.
I'm ready to move on.
But it's no longer a requirement that they have to have parking within a certain distance for historic.
Correct.
I'm in support.
structures.
Anything that's going to move this project along, I'm going to support. So we've been looking at this for 15 years at least.
I
probably
just,
longer, so.
I have to say that
All right.
you don't. You are going to review it case by case as it comes into you.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank
Chris is
you.
going to make a motion.
Keeping you on your toes tonight, Kelly.
I would like to make a motion, Mr. Chair, to recommend approval to the City Commission for in lieu parking 2025-134 request for the project known as Swinton Social, 27 South Swinton Avenue, Old School Square Historic District, by finding that the request and approval thereof is consistent with the comprehensive plan and meets the criteria set forth in the land development regulations.
Second.
Call the roll.
Carol Perrin is absent. Chris Cabezas.
Yes.
Peter Dwyer is absent. Ezra Creek.
Yes.
Vlad Dumitrescu is absent. John Miller.
Yes.
Jim Chard.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We won't let you down.
Okay, final item of the night. I'd like to enter COA 2024-164 into the record. It's a level 2 site plan, certificate of appropriateness and waiver. This is for 103 Northwest 5th Avenue, also known as Upton Park, located in the West Settlers Historic District. Okay. The architect, Gareth Dunn, is here to present.
I don't think I've been sworn in, though.
Have you sworn in?
If you, the owner, or anyone else also wants to speak, let's swear them all in at once.
I think it's just myself, I think.
Okay.
Just me.
Just a note, yep.
Please raise your right hand. By the authority vested in me, the notary of the state of Florida, do swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Correct. Yes, sorry.
Did you ask about ex parte communications?
We have not yet.
Great. If you could, that would be
I
great.
visited the site.
None.
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 Let's try this works. Oh. Good evening, Gareth Dunn, principal from Arctelier Inc. one or two of you know me from earlier projects that we've been here and worked on. So this is Upton Park. It's a mixed-use, two-story building in the Central Business District and the West Settlers District. Just to give you a quick kind of rundown of the contents, we'll talk about the location, history, the site, elevations, the relief waivers that we're discussing, proposed site plan and floor plans, all the elevations, particular style for the neighborhood. There's some renderings in there to give you some insight in the three-dimensionally how the project's going to look, and also a couple of community testimonials from locals in the neighborhood. So just briefly, it's located on Northwest 5th Avenue and Northwest 1st Street, 5 blocks west of Swinton. Like I mentioned, it's within this West Settlers Historic District, and it's zoned in the Central Business District. It was a 1959 non-contributing masonry structure, and it's been owned since my client since 2019, and we've been working on this project since September 2022. This is the existing, so it's basically a standalone commercial structure, which is in the center there of the site with the pink, and to the left is at the moment just an asphalt parallel parking, basically. It's not a line based, it's just parking to the left-hand side of the main structure. There you've got all the 4 different elevations from around the property, so it's basically a boxing gym at the moment, being used with different clientele, whether it be locals, whether it be people coming in from overseas for training camps and things like that. Like I did mention, it's a non-contributing elevations, and it's got many, many layers of improvement over the period of time. To the right side of to the east side of the property, basically it's a vacant property to the east side. Here we're just going to discuss the waivers. On the front section, which you can see there in blue on the Northwest 1st Street, there's a slight increase in the square footage of the building there due to the fact that we're using an arcade wraparound condition on the corner of both 5th Avenue and 1st Street. So that basically the arcade requirements and the dimensional requirements for the arcade allow the building to come closer to the arcade to make it, basically the whole building works within the dimensional frame of the arcade construction. On the green side, also in a similar manner, you have the arcade and relief in the purple. And then the green that I've highlighted there is the city's new dedicated right-of-way, which is basically removed 5 feet for the roadway in the future right-of-way down the line. The main one for me is the orange on the far left. The building is going to only be 5 feet from the neighbor behind, which is basically the neighbor behind is on a 0 lot line. We've done this intentionally in order to kind of create more of the downtown retail store from one shop to the next, as opposed to you having a large 10-foot gap between one building to the next building, which as we get to elevations, you'll see where that kind of comes into fruition. Also, between the two there's a stairwell going up to the second floor, and then also the fire exits from the buildings will allow that circulation out of the front of the building. So here you can see on the lower level, we have on the left side is a new retail space. It could be a TI, it could be an art gallery. It's kind of, at the moment, it's just going to be basically a rentable space or a furnished space, whether it be an office, a store. Again, it would matter on who the tenant would be. To the right side is the increased 1,500 square foot boxing gym, which will remain. The gray is the circulation from the units above, and obviously the blue wraparound is the arcade wrapping around the corners on both sides of the main streets. Here's the residential levels upstairs. So you've got 3 one-bedroom units on the second floor, obviously color coordinated in the blue, green, and the morph. And the gray obviously is the circulation coming from below, and maintaining access to the units. And the one above is actually the rooftop terrace, which is going to be a private rooftop for each of the units. And obviously there you see the blue reflects the unit below. Up on the top floor, you're going to have, there'll be summer kitchen, gathering areas, fire pit location, basically a nice space for the owner of or the renter, or whoever it may be, enjoying the upper floor and the nice evenings here in Delray, the sunsets. This is the main proposed arcade elevations, so I'll put them side by side, so you basically can imagine walking along and then kind of wrapping around the corner and then following it around. We have increased the storefronts considerably to what the existing was. I think this is very interesting since the activities that are going on inside the commercial space will actually be quite interesting for passers-by to be watching people training or participating in the gym workouts. It will also then make people more attractive, possibly even popping in and maybe asking how can we join, how can we get involved. This little section there to the left is a private entrance gate that would then take you up to the residential units above. On the top there you can see some covered areas, obviously on the rooftop, but like one of the presentations earlier, when it's in a one-dimensional or two-dimensional drawing like this, it's very hard to see that it looks rather a large building. But if you look on the side elevation, the second floor or the upper roof terrace is actually set back. So basically from a street level, when you would be at the street level, it looks just like a two-story building. These are the non-primary elevations. So obviously the small one on the north side would be 5 feet butting up to the adjacent property next door. And the one on the left side is the elevation facing the vacant property at the moment. What we've done on this side is we've used decorative elements from the building to create almost kind of like a shutter or a grill, kind of imitating somewhat of a window kind of configuration. But since there could possibly be a future building next door, all the windows for the properties are actually recessed back, so you wouldn't have any privacy issues between the units next door or the unit next door if they decide to build something of this height. The style that we're going with in this neighborhood, we're going to go with the art modern, streamlined modern. It's plain shapes, symmetrical and asymmetrical. It's masonry building. It's an exterior surface treatment with stucco, smooth walls. Roof type is flat with parapets. The height is 1 to 3 stories, and at this point we're actually at 2 stories. So fixed glass block, awnings and jalousies, windows. So we're kind of following that theme with the windows. And then you've got rounded corners, horizontal grooves in the stucco, the railings of the balcony, and coping on the roof parapets. This is where I kind of bring you into seeing my thought process at this 2-story level on the street, but it's actually, when you see on top in that aerial corner view, everything on the rooftop is actually, it's 15 feet back, so basically at a street level, which you would be looking at the top right screen, you barely see anything above the top of the parapet. On the bottom left there, you're seeing the arcade, that's the retail store, then the decorative security gate to go inside to the residential area, and then the boxing gym, and this would, basically stagger all the way around the corner. Here you've just got some testimonials. We have a Delray police officer that uses the gym. He says it's an amazing, it's good to see so much focus on inclusion, connection, and making a real difference in people's lives. And also the church, the local church, that they say that without question it's a pillar in this region, and it's deserving of support, recognition, and future investment. So I think, going forward, I think we currently have a project that's, an existing building that's extremely part of the community. And with this increase, we believe it's going to be even more so going forward. You have people living in these units, people using the retail spaces, whether they're current or whether they're new. Let's see how that goes. So the project, in a summary, would be about a 10,000 square foot project overall. It's going to be an attractive new community, whether you're a current user or a new user. Opportunity for a neighboring arcade connection. So like I say, we're the first one basically on the corner of the street starting the arcade, but maybe future developers on the vacant lot continue the arcade down the main roads. And this is a little trend going forward. We're trying to keep the historical context to continue to enrich the neighborhood, and it's a step towards expanding the live, work, and play vibrancy of Delray Beach. So at that point, I'll take any questions, or I think staff's going to go first. Yeah, no problem.
So this is a level 2 site plan, certificate of appropriateness and waiver request for the property located at 103 Northwest 5th Avenue. The subject property is located on the northeast corner of Northwest 5th Avenue and Northwest 1st Street. The property contains a one-story, 1,339 square foot non-contributing commercial structure within the West Settlers Historic District. It was built in 1952 as a restaurant. The original 364 square foot building was designed by Samuel Ogren Jr. In 1962, a larger addition was constructed. Presently, the building possesses minimal architectural merit with the exception of the recent additions of the portico and the decorative cornices along the building's front facade. The current use for the structure is a boxing gym. So here we can see the decorative features that I mentioned as later additions. This is the front elevation. This is the side street. This is the south elevation. This is the side interior. This is on the east side. And then on the north, this is the rear addition. The full request specifically mentions the alterations of the existing 1,339 square foot structure, which includes arcade and facade changes on the west and south sides of the existing structure. The proposed ground floor additions on the north, west, and south sides of the existing structure, and then a proposed 6,086 square foot second floor addition above the existing one-story non-contributing structure. There is also a rooftop terrace above the 3 residential units and a waiver to allow the reduction of the rear north setback from the required 10 to 15 foot to the 5'1" to 5'7", and then also included is landscaping and hardscaping. Okay, so here we can see the existing site plan. You can see the existing one-story structure here. Okay, so the proposal, we can see where the existing one-story structure is. There is going to be, actually, that's probably, okay, let me get to this part first. There, you'll notice that the west side of the structure is slightly more forward of the addition. So there will be, you can see like I think it's a dark purple line on the west and south side. Those walls are going to be demolished in order to accommodate the new additions. And then the red line you can see is where the new storefront wall will be. Let me go back. So you can see a little bit of blue that's being removed on the existing single-story structure. In addition to that, you'll see on the south side there's a little bit more of an addition being added, as well as storage on the northeast side, as well as a circular area for the stairways for the residential area. And then to the north, there's a retail unit that's going in on the ground floor. So in addition to those, you'll see where the storefront arcade is. Okay, so this is the existing first floor plan. Here we have the demo plan that we previously looked at. This is the proposed first floor plan. So there you can see where the original structure kind of goes a little bit more forward. So that area is going to be demolished. And then everything in red is part of the addition for the storage area, the area for the gym, as well as the retail space. This is the proposed second floor. These are the 3 residential units. Here we can see the proposed rooftop terrace. They also have the stair access right there in the middle. And then here's a better look at the rooftop where we can see where the framing plan is versus where they have it's concrete with the, I believe it's like applied wood for the flooring. But the areas you can see towards the middle, you can see are different types of roofing for shade, and then the green areas around are the planters that are required for landscaping. Okay, so here we can see the existing versus the proposed front elevation. There are nothing from the front elevation is being carried into the new proposed on the west side. Also the same with the south. As you can tell, the west and the south area, those walls are being demolished. Okay, this is the, sorry, this is supposed to be the, okay, this is the side. So here you can see where they are going to keep the remaining wall along with the existing block, the 3 block glass windows. So those are going to be remaining on the side interior on the east elevation. And then this is the existing rear. The original, there's no windows. That will also be carried over on the ground floor. We can see the arcade, and then 2 windows for the residential units. These are the proposed materials throughout the site: paint colors, the wood paneling. The rooftop terrace will have that decorative tile for the wall. Here's a rendering. And so this includes, so the 2 colors down at the bottom, those will be mixed in with the white exterior for the structure, and then the decorative, some of the decorative features will be those 2 colors on the exterior. So this is the CBD waiver criteria. Originally, this was a few years ago. If there was a waiver for a setback, the request would have to go to HPB for a recommendation, and then the city commission would have to actually approve the request. Due to the changes within the Section 2 of our code, it now allows for HPB to now approve waivers within the central business district. So this particular waiver request is for the rear setback that's on the north, and that's a reduction from the required 10-foot to the 5'1" to 5'7" for the construction of the addition. So here we can see the request for the waiver setback. And then these are the waiver findings. Okay, this is the proposed front rendering. This is the west side. This is the southwest. Another view from the southwest. These are some detailings from the storefront with the arcades. You can see some of the streamline and art modern styles, the elements, the decorative elements. This is the proposed east side. So the Secretary of the Interior standards that apply would be standards 9 and 10 that apply to this application. So experts, so they are requesting the art streamline modern style. This style is a style that is seen within the West Settlers District, and it's a modest approach. So based off of the proposal, the board will need to decide whether or not the streamlined modern style that is seen here tonight is considered appropriate throughout not just the district, but with the actual site. Okay, so these are visual compatibility standards. All of these apply that are highlighted. So here we're discussing the front facade portion. There is a positive with regards to the arcade because it's going to provide shade and walkways for the building storefronts. In addition, there is a picture in the staff report. Northwest 5th Avenue historically has the terrazzo style sidewalk. They are going to be using the same material to create the same look that currently exists on the site. So the sidewalks will still have the terrazzo look. Okay, with regard to architectural style, this is just something to note. Our comp plan does mention Art Deco, Streamline Modern as a style that is seen within the West Settlers District. There is one other structure that's on our resource surveys to note that has a similar style to what's being proposed tonight. That's a 1946 structure that's located at 53 Northwest 5th Avenue, which was known as the Green Inn. So here's an image of it today. The image up top is a better visual of what the block glass windows look like. So this is showing the only other style, art modern style that's currently within this district. So this is a style that is used within the West Settlers. So based off of what they're proposing, you have to decide whether or not what they're proposing is appropriate. It is important to note that within the West Settlers District, they are also within the Central Business District. And Central Business District also has their own set of architectural styles. So this is just to note that the Art Deco, Art Streamline, Art Modern styles are within both. So normally, the top LDR section is just noting that based off of the types of styles, the board needs to determine whether or not this is appropriate within the historic district within the period of significance. So this is just noting that it would apply to CBD as well as West Settlers. Okay, and then these are your findings for certificate of appropriateness. Site plan technical items, and that concludes my presentation.
Anybody from the public want to speak? I think George has used up his quota tonight. So. Any rebuttal of staff's report? All right.
I only had one rebuttal, and that was just to mention, I know Gareth did mention there were 3 waivers. Let's see if I can go back. Gareth is correct that technically there are 3 sides of the property that require the setback, that encroach within the setback. Oh wait, I just need to unhide it. Okay, I just want to use the slide. Within the Central Business District, there are certain frontages that are permitted. One of the frontages that are used within CBD is a storefront with arcade. And with the arcade use, you are permitted to encroach within the setbacks. So technically, for the west side and the south side that have the arcades, a waiver would not be required for it. So just the north side.
Okay. Could I ask a couple questions about the building?
Sure.
you're proposing to put a second story on the existing historic building, or is that going to have its own support structure?
It'll basically have its own, well, it's going to have its own support structure, basically.
Okay.
Yes. Like the ceilings are going to be higher just because obviously the current roof will come off, and then the new roof will go in there. So basically, once the roof's off, it's almost we can decide where the structural points are. So basically, there'll be probably no load on the old walls at all.
Yeah, that's really the question.
Like we'll span from the arcade to the back wall or something.
Okay. And the arcade really covers public right-of-way. Is that correct? And who's the approving body on that? That's not really us.
Okay, just to summarize where you're going. The CBD code is a form-based code, meaning that the regulations are designed to help the architect and design professional with the overall built environment, what the resulting built environment looks like. So when you come forward with an arcade, it specifically indicates that the arcade should extend over the public sidewalk. And then the mechanism to ensure that the property owner and the city have indemnification and, should something happen, the property owner is required to enter into an agreement for that arcade extension. And these items, I think there's landscape maintenance, the side or the curb zone, or no, the pedestrian clear zone and the arcade. So there's 3 separate agreements that will have to be processed once this should it get approved. Those will process up through the city commission, and it's more of a ministerial task, if anything, just to ensure that the liability for any of these elements is taken off the city.
Right.
I hope that answers
Yeah, that
what you were
does.
asking.
The final question, just in terms of, 2, clarification. You talked about across the street. Is that another property that you own, or that's?
No, there's a building. The one I'm discussing is on the side where the north side, where we're
Right.
talking about the.
It's like Doghouse Theater, right?
There's a little theater. I
Right.
think it was an old theater music.
It's
venue.
still there.
It's still
the
there,
Improv
but-
Theater. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's-
And has any of this gone before the CRA?
CRA, we've been through CRA. We've been through the BBA, DDA also. Had approval last month from the DDA.
Okay.
So.
Because
So the
CRA has a master plan for this area, right?
So the CRA is a report that gets sent to them, which I think we did do that, right? We went to them.
So the CRO will have to go to just
Right, meaning the project went,
yeah.
right? The project was put on the list.
Yes.
Yes. So it's a list. But yes, so they were informed of the proposal.
I only asked so that that doesn't become a stumbling block down
Sure.
the road.
Sure.
So, Ezra, thoughts?
I think I'm in general in favor of what's happening here. I really do want to hear how the rest of the board feels, but from a general point of view, I think that this is something we should encourage. The revitalization of Fifth Avenue is important. I think this could be a really good addition to Fifth Avenue and allowing it to expand and be able to be a main thoroughfare for us.
Yeah, overall, I'm in favor. I think that third, it's not a third floor, but it's a third floor. It's kind of pushing the limit when it comes to that. And I understand why you don't want to call it a third floor, because then that changes the parking calculation and all of that. It's a tiny little lot. I mean, what's this, 4,500 square feet or something like that? I mean, it's very small. So I think you're getting the most out of it. I think the architecture's a little busy, but I'm not going to nitpick on that. I think it would be a welcome addition to the neighborhood, and I don't think it's inappropriate there in any way. So I'm in favor.
I wasn't clear, it was designed by Sam Ogren Jr., right?
Is that right? Yeah, so it's a
original.
But it's not-
non-contributor.
But it's non-contributing.
Yes,
Right.
sir.
Modified over time.
So I mean,
Oh.
they could demolish the structure as part of the request. In fact, removal of the west wall, removal of the south wall, removal of the roof. It essentially is not going to have much of the building left. I'm not sure. We didn't get into a lot of discussions as to the why of that. I thought perhaps it was for tax or impact fee purposes. I'm not sure why. But they could apply for demolition without triggering all of the requirements of the demolition like a contributor would.
And would there be any parking requirements?
There are no parking requirements. So just, if I may, is it okay if I circle back on something Mr. Miller talked about with the third floor?
Sure.
Because I think I heard, it wasn't a question, but I felt like I heard you questioning.
No, yeah, if it goes over 2 floors, your parking calculations change, yeah.
So in the CBD, when you have lots that are less than 65 foot in width, and no more than 2 stories, you can come through with a proposal like this, whether an addition or new structure, whatever, and there's 0 parking requirement. We did in-depth and thorough review with the architect and the property owner, fire, building, what is a third floor, and what triggers a third floor. So the fire department has their regulations, and it's relating to sprinklering, and the building department has their regulations relating to, life safety. And then zoning has a regulation as to what is a definition, so how does that fit neatly into the zoning code? At one point, the third floor, would you mind going to the third floor elevation? Or floor plan? Yeah. So you were on the right one. Yeah. Thank you so much. At one point, there was a bathroom incorporated in that same area where the stairwell is. Right in there for each of the units. And while we fully understand where that completely makes sense, that you're up on the rooftop and would want to utilize a restroom, after doing the review with our director and seeing if that could not be considered habitable space, it triggered them into being a third floor. But with the pure stairway only, the vestibule basically is the access point up to the rooftop, so it doesn't qualify as a third floor. It qualifies as a rooftop use, and there's very detailed specific regulations in the CBD code for rooftop uses, for residential, for commercial, so it does not technically qualify as a third floor, it qualifies as a rooftop.
No, it's great use of space. I mean, when it's not too hot or too cold or too wet, it's fantastic.
And some of it is covered.
Yeah,
Sure,
yeah,
open
yeah.
air, yeah.
But, outdoor kitchen, fire pit, the whole thing. I was taking a look at it. It's very cool.
There's no air-conditioned space up there.
Just the space
Stairwell.
where the
Just
the
stairwell would
stairwell.
be,
Yeah.
correct?
Just the stairwell.
Yes.
So. Okay. No, I that's my comment. It was pushing it, but
Yeah,
it
I was
didn't-
wondering about the parking, but that was great information, so it's good to know.
Yeah.
I'm happy to hear that the boxing gym is going to stay. What's going to happen to them during construction?
Maybe go to the beach or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
The owner's here, so I can possibly tell you, but I know they can't work in there while we're building the building. So
beyond
Okay.
our purview.
But they're coming back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It'll be bigger, and the higher ceiling is currently his ring is literally 12 inches off the floor.
Mhm.
So this could now with the higher ceiling, the ring could actually be like a typical boxing ring. So,
I agree with everybody. I'm in support. I think it's a great project for Fifth, so I'm in support.
Do you want to make a motion then?
Sure. Anything you want to add?
Let's go.
We got page We should mention that the mixed use is a great idea.
Amen.
And,
Well, for CBD, absolutely.
yeah. And of course, you have the public housing authority across the street, which is mixed residential office. That's great.
Yeah. Whoever ends up living there will have to find, there'll be street parking, so, or use, Mount Olive
There's a
owns
parking
half
lot
that
just to
block.
the
so-
north.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the Level 2 Site Plan Modification Certificate of Appropriateness and Waiver 2024-164 for the property located at 103 Northwest 5th Avenue, West Settlers Historic District, by finding that the request and approval thereof is consistent with the comprehensive plan and meets the criteria set forth in the land development regulations.
Second.
Questions, discussions? Call the roll?
Carol Perez is absent. Chris Capezas.
Yes.
Peter Dwyer is absent. Ezra Creek.
Yes.
Vlad Dumitrescu is absent. John Miller.
Yes.
Jim Chard.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great work.
Thanks again.
You drew the short straw in terms of order of appearance, but you're done.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you for doing this project.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, everyone.
Have a good one.
Good night.
Thank you, George, for your comments. Bye, guys. Thank you, ladies.
Bye.
Could you advance me, please, to the board comment screen? Do we ready? Oh, just the meeting. I'm trying to race my brain here. What are we gonna update you on? So the next meeting is June 4th. Thank you to those who email when you're coming. It's not required. I don't ask you to, but I appreciate when you do, or if you can't be in attendance, or if you're catching a plane and Uber and racing to get to the meeting. So we're glad to see that you do that, and thank you so much. You could go back and watch if you're interested. There was a brief update at the beginning of City Commission meeting last night on the Frog Alley Resource Survey. We are nearing completion, and we have identified next steps, which is we're going to do some community outreach once the report is in draft mode and ready for the commission to review. For those who don't know, I'm sorry, I should tell you, Frog Alley Resource Survey. So this project that we just saw is on Northwest 5th Avenue. Frog Alley is on the south side of Atlantic Avenue, which extends, in and around, I like to say 3rd to 7th, although it's a little bit smaller of a cube, basically a square block area. But we're studying along 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, from Atlantic down to 4th, so like a 4 square block area of the built environment for potential historic designation or a conservation district or something like that. So our director provided an update to the City Commission last night and talked about what our next steps are going to be. One of the important pieces of that puzzle is we've known from the beginning that it's likely going to have some level of conservation or heritage district because there's so little of the built environment left. And we don't have regulations for that in our code. So with the Atlantic Avenue effort, the zoning in progress that we're working through right now involves the creation of LDR regulations for conservation heritage districts. So they've kind of lined up nicely, which was inadvertent, because we're going to need those regulations for both efforts.
So is there a zoning in progress now that would prevent destruction?
That's only for Atlantic Avenue.
It's only for Atlantic Avenue.
Frog Alley is a separate effort. There's no zoning in progress typically when you're studying a historic resource survey. That was something the commission is specifically doing with Atlantic Avenue to kind of assess where they're going to go next with that.
But given the fact that we're losing a lot of those buildings, wouldn't that be something worth considering?
that would really be a policy direction that would have to come from a higher level than me sitting here at the table with you. It's not typical that we would put a restriction on property owners that for an area that already has lost so much of their built environment. So I'm not really at liberty to say whether that would be a good idea or a possibility. Sorry. But it's positive. The golf course historic resource survey, I'm not really sure what, we're going to obviously present that to the commission, and they're going to have to provide us direction on what they want to do with that, but we are expecting the final report. It's been edited and sent back and forth between myself and the consultant a couple of times. So that will, I think, eventually be coming forward, is my expectation, unless we receive direction otherwise from the city commission.
That comes before us first, before it goes to the commission, right?
Typically it does, but in some instances we go to the commission first, especially in a case like that where the direction came from the commission. So I wouldn't want to promise that it would come to you first. I don't think there's any other updates that I owe you, unless you're thinking of something I'm missing. I think I went through, minutes. So you had 4 sets of minutes tonight, which brought us current to December, the end of 2024. We're expecting by the next meeting to have at least through April done. I don't know that we'll have this meeting completed, but our goal is to be fully up to date. I'm not sure if you know, but we've been down a staff member, and the person that we have in place is not full time. So we've been a little compressed.
Can we thank Diane for that effort?
Yes, you can thank Diane.
Yes and no. We had help.
I thought they were very complete and very good.
I had help.
And the new staff member, Diane, could you please remind the board of her name that was here earlier? Brittany?
Brittany.
And her last name?
Wilter.
Wilter. So Brittany Wilter is a new admin in our department, and she will be helping to supplement the board secretaries in addition to her normal daily duties. So we expect to be back on track with minutes. I know it's been a hot topic for some of you. I don't really have anything else. It's been a long meeting.
I have one quick comment
Yes.
for board comments. I was asked recently by a resident of Delita Park if and when they're going to get their monument sign back that got run over at some point. And if it is going to be replaced, they had requested that it not be on the corner of 8th and 2nd, which is, anything is in danger of getting run over on that corner. So maybe place it in one of the little pocket parks or something like that.
Okay.
Anyway, just passing it along.
I have an update on that, but please don't let me forget to talk about the training that happened a couple of weeks ago or 2 Fridays ago. So it's interesting that you ask about that, because I've been emailing this week and today with the state of Florida and Price Patton. So the Delray Beach Preservation Trust is going to fund the marker at Delita Park, we call it the north marker of Delita. And them together with H&M Architecture, who was here earlier, are going to fund the missing marker at the south end of Old School Square, which actually that marker was right in front of H&M's building. So we've heard, I think we have every detail hammered out, and the state's going to move on the order. So
Great.
I think it's going to take a little bit to produce and get it sent, but what they do is they send it to the city. Public Works is in charge of installing it. So I'll talk with my person, Mike Corrali, in Public Works about a location for
Apparently
it.
it's been run over more than once.
Yeah, so it's kind of an awkward turn, especially if you get that green light and you're coming around the corner. I think maybe across the street. It's been so nice where it was, though, because, the Susan Ruby house is kind of like just such an iconic home. But maybe it could go south a little bit on the same road.
Is it lit up at night?
No, they aren't lit up at night. None of them are. There's no electricity in that location, but we try to put them at the ends or the perimeters of the historic district to tell the story. You know, we kept the one on Lake Ida and Swinton off of Lake Ida and Swinton for the reasons that we're having issues with the one on 8th and 2nd. So I'll make note and talk with them about it. Quickly, the state of Florida, I think I told you last month, they were coming in to do a training. And we had staff and board members from as far as Tampa and Orlando, Fort Lauderdale. We had almost 30 people both days. It was Thursday and Friday. 2 Thursday and Fridays ago, I guess now. I don't know. It's moving along so quickly. But Mr. Chard and Mr. Dumitrescu came to the trainings, which I missed part of Friday due to other commitments I had. But I don't know, were you able to stay for the whole thing on Friday?
For most of it, yeah.
Yeah, it was really valuable. We hope to prepare a board training at the board and the state. When I talked with them, they said they'd be happy to come back and do a training directly or a virtual training. So I was interested to know, and you don't have to answer me now. You could shoot me an email what you would prefer. If you would prefer to have a second night in the month where we come together and have an in-person training, or would you prefer a virtual training where we could perhaps do it, like last 2 hours of a work day or something, or over a long lunch. Let me know your thoughts. But we do need to have some training because we have new board members, and there are some things that we'd like to update the board on as well that we kind of touch on in presentations, like Chapter 2 updates that happened and how we've been working to relax certain process requirements and make things simpler in addition to the historic regulations that you all use for making decisions. But it was quite successful. We had a nice walking tour on Thursday. We walked the group up Bankers Row and talked about Bankers Row, the built environment, walked over to Cannery Row because I just personally think what a nice example of infill development on the border of a historic district and how the character of that complex is just so well done. And then we walked over to the Ray Hotel and had a networking mixer on the rooftop. And of course, some of the people from other municipalities and the state were asking, how did a corrugated metal building get approved for the Ray?
Or what style is it?
They said, what style is it? And so I think we found out it was tropical modernism is what it was identified.
I love it.
So it was a lot of fun, I think, for us nerds. And then just great speakers that came on Friday. So I'm thankful, that those of you that were able to come were able to be there, and that they chose Del Rey. It was really successful. The Old School Square site, gorgeous as usual. The public information officer and her team just so wonderful in being available to us and helping us with setup and fun little giveaways, goodies, and merch, things like that. So just wanted to say it was a great success.
Before we break up, as we were going through the images, the before and after images tonight, it just seemed to me that the impact that you guys, and the whole sort of historic preservation effort in Del Rey doesn't get the credit that it's due. And I know you're not here for credit, but I think that if there were a slideshow before City Commission meeting that just did maybe 10 before and after pictures, they are really a knockout of the changes. And I think that I don't realize the sort of the poor condition of some of these older buildings and how they have been saved for the future. And those before and after pictures really prove that point.
So we, with permission from the city manager, I think there's permission, I have to double check. We expect to do a brief presentation of the awards at the 5/20, May 20th commission meeting. Of course, I'll have to be pared down from what I did tonight. Probably a 5-minute, I might get 5 minutes with them.
I'm giving a 15-minute presentation that night on another topic, so.
Yeah, they hold you to it. They want you to wrap it up. So we're hopeful that we'll show that. But Jim, it's a great point. I'm glad you brought that up. I had come across, and I'll be quick because I want to go, some old images of Old School Square, and these were actual photographs taken in the 80s. I mean, you remember, John, what this area looked like then, and I was here too. I was, high school at that age. I am just shocked because you don't realize, you forget because you're growing as the city's growing and improving, as the city's improving, how amazing things look now compared to what they look like. Like the Historical Society site. Wow.
Oh, it was rough.
Dada's. I mean, there's several. And Tracy Pickett, the first award winner tonight, we're consistently utilizing her project as the example projects to pre-applicants of what you can do. How you can use some modern materials, like a metal shingle roof is a modern material, but it's an acceptable material. How you can keep that addition pushed really far back so it's as inconspicuous as possible, but still get a big addition on. So yeah, it's amazing where her property came from. I was out there taking pictures and I'm like, God, it's just really well done.
Yeah,
Turned out
I don't
nice.
think that the city commission and the city as a whole fully see that or understand it or appreciate
I
it.
think they do. I think they do. I think they see it and they appreciate it, but I think it's more of an overall win for Delray, not just
Well,
historic.
when you go and look at Boca or you look at Boynton, and then you see what Delray looks like, it's like, man,
Yeah. I remember when I was
they're just
first
going straight up,
when I first was hired, you were on the interview panel, John. It was a 5-person interview panel when I was interviewed for this, coming back to the city. And, some of the things that John said, like, are you going to be ready? Are you ready to handle this? It has been a lot. It's been 9 years since then.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Just even thinking 9 years, 20 years, it's amazing what our city has been able to achieve. Not just on the back of historic, but on their own.
I liked hearing how one of the applicants was searching for years in different historic neighborhoods to find that corner lot. Remember they said that? So, I mean, that it draws, having historic neighborhoods draws certain type of people, and they're very proud to fix up these houses. I think we also need to think about those people that do that. I guess that's what the awards are for, to show, how special that they are, and then these projects become.
Well, if you live in Lake Ida right now, you could have a 3-story behemoth next to you tomorrow.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
They choose. Yep.
Well, good night, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
I could stay another hour.